Hello, whoever else just joined in. It's a very lonely chat so far, but it's nice to see you here. Oh yeah, so the Mystic Key you find much later in the game, and you gotta come back to all these places and unlock all your treasures. lost the viewer by being boring. To be fair, it's hard to engage when nobody's speaking. Dispatched Garland really quickly. So I always wondered with Final Fantasy having like the cyclical time nature, if when she said that's the first time anybody's ever defeated them, if she meant like in this lifetime, or because in these kinds of things it makes sense for Princess to have some kind of prophetic powers or something. And so their quest began. As the four warriors of light, they felt overwhelmed by the great task destiny had placed before them. They did not even know the true significance of the four crystals they held in their hands. The crystals that once, long ago, held a light that shone so brilliantly. The time for their journey had come. The time to cast off the veil of darkness and bring the world once more into light. Slowest text crawl ever. Oh, damn it. This is the first difficulty leap. Yep. Ooh, crazy horse. Hey and welcome. I am unsure of who you are because I don't know how to check, but it's nice to know that somebody else has joined in with us. And by us, of course, I mean basically just fucking me. That is not nice. Oh, Zephyr, don't die, don't die, don't die. Da-da-da-da-da. You're joining us early off. I really didn't want to make too much progression with nobody else here but me. So we're about to be fighting Garland after this pack of wolves. I'm sorry, this is like my second stream and I'm really new at this. I don't know how to engage when there's people not talking in the chat. Yeah, buddy. Superfluous cure. So I will not be going immediately to kill Garland because, I'll wait. Maybe. I have OCD, so if anybody dies, there's a good chance you're just gonna see me, like, reset the fucking game. And so I'm gonna save here. Okay. Then if I die against Garland, I can just run back to the town and heal up. I'm fairly certain I'm gonna own his ass in like 3 seconds. Oh yeah, and I've used up all my magic, so I got no... Great! This is gonna be great. Come on, come on, come on. Yeah. Gotcha, bitch. Garland time. Who's there? The king's lapdogs. Do you have any idea who you're messing with? You really think you have what it takes to cross swords with me? Very well. I, Garland, will knock you all down. It's gonna knock us all down. We're not getting back up. Yeah. So he's the only one with magic. Oh, okay. I'm doing 42 with Void. Yeah, this will be fast. Wow, I guess they heard my Garland voice and immediately left. That sucks. Blah 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 blah. Oh, that explains that. Yeah, the window's open. I'm just cooling down the whole outside. And so their quest began. As the four warriors of light, they felt overwhelmed by the great task destiny had placed before them. They did not even know the true significance of the four crystals they held in their hands. The crystals that once long ago held a light that shone so brilliantly. The time for their journey had come. The time to cast off the veil of darkness and bring the world once more into light. Yes, Abroviel. Do 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 do. I didn't get to experience this opening till 2001 with the PlayStation re-release. I was born in '87, so Final Fantasy kind of came out the same time that I was a baby. So, my first Final Fantasy was Mystic Quest for the Super Nintendo. And, I just, whenever I saw one at a flea market, grab it immediately. Oh my god, I need this. I didn't know that there was a part 2. I didn't know there was a part 3. It was always like a surprise to me. And then after 7 brought it to the mainstream, then I was able to keep better track of things. I absolutely love the redone music for this remaster. I fucking hate the font. Like, oh Christ, this font is like the worst fucking thing about this. Oh, looks like I lost everyone. It's not fair. Crazy Horse OP. Oh, shit. Welcome, whoever just stepped in. I do like the shop theme. I haven't. For one thing, I didn't get too far in this, but I didn't find a piece of music that they redid in this that I was like, oh, they should have left it alone. Every time I run back and heal, come back a little bit stronger next time. Yeah, I like it because it... Oh, Void died. No, Void, my poor little black mage boy. I like it because it reminds me a lot more of like D&D, but as far as Final Fantasies go, I like the idea of having one well that your energy comes from. It just makes more sense to me, personally, but I totally get why you could like the charge system. Hey, tell me that this isn't like the most iconic picture in Final Fantasy. Everyone alive and your black mage dead. Oh, shit. Okay, so I still got a dead mage. I forgot about the church. Yeah, I had heard about that rumor as well. It's a funny thing when you consider the fact that, like, the way D&D was originally supposed to be made was that you can use it for any uses that you want, but the ideas in that Gary Gygax had in his head was for tabletop gaming. I don't think anybody perceived that these kinds of things could spawn from that same idea set. And I don't know. It's a weird thing because at a certain point, it almost does become like owned by the fans in the aspect that when you see the same quotation marks characters in and out of so many different kinds of media, eventually the lines blur where they came from. I saw a lot of things in Final Fantasy early on that, like, I thought were made completely for the game and were entirely unique. And what it actually wound up being was like, no, this was like Ochus. They were ripped off of the Otus, however you pronounce it, from like direct rip-off from Dungeons and Dragons. And I had a friend in like 5th grade that convinced me, no, it's based on this Chinese mythological beast, and that every Final Fantasy creature down to chocobos was based on something out of some mythology. And I always thought that was kind of funny, like, and schoolyard rumors in general, just how, like, oh yeah, if you're young enough and impressionable enough, you'll fucking believe anything at all. By any chance, Abrovio, do you remember what the creature was? Creatures? Oh, yeah, obviously, fucking... Yeah, it was just a straight up, it was drawn for this, like, Yoshitaka Amano just drew a beholder and they were like, yeah, let's use it. But being, like, the most iconic D&D character, that was really blurring the lines between inspiration and copyright infringement. The first time I ever saw a beholder was in Final Fantasy Mystic Quest that I was talking about earlier. I remember like 7-year-old me like, oh, it's so clever. It's called a beholder and it's a giant eyeball, like Eye of the Beholder. Like it wasn't a pun that had been spun a billion different times since D&D's inception, but I had no clue. Taking damage. I don't have any antidotes, do I? Nope. No poison. Void's probably gonna die again before I get back to town. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, very much so. And in Abrovio just said that the Mana series, like, they used a lot of the same monsters, but they did their own spins on them. I think that as the years progressed, Square Enix has definitely tried to get better about that. I don't know if you've played the 16 demo, but at the very least, those goblins they showed, my god, they were like... The ears on them were so weird, and the face is so flat. It was unlike... They were definitely like, okay guys, we need a goblin design that isn't ripped from anyone. And I'm very curious to see when the game drops just how much they do that with all of the usual creatures. You know, the stuff that like everyone does. Oh, Zephyr's probably gonna die before I make it to town too. So in high school, in between 2002 and 2006, I was huge into ROMs and emulators and pirating everything I possibly could, and also trying to get everyone that I knew to pirate everything that they possibly could. So I would burn like CDs that would have emulators and every ROM imaginable that I could fit onto a CD. And I'd give them to my friends. And with ZSNES, you could play online and stuff like that. So, oh damn it, I left Void dead again. There was a large period of time where, like, I'd get home from school and everybody else is talking about what they're playing on PS2 or whatever. But me and my group of friends were all, like, spending all night playing Kirby Superstar minigames or Secret of Mana, what have you, like together over that ZSNES online play. And so it was basically like I got to live the golden age of Super Nintendo living room console play over the internet. And it was, I remember like online gaming wasn't great back then, and one of the biggest things that I remember was somebody showing me like the first Counter-Strike, and they had a 38.8K connection because out here where I live, internet's trash. The only reason I was able to start streaming now is because T-Mobile offers a $50 a month wireless high-speed thing, so I'm finally on high speed. See, their AT&T's definition of high speed was 3 megabytes per second download, which was the fastest that I've had till 2 months ago. So, like, basically, I was running off of my phone's, like, wireless, what do you call it? Hotspot for the last, like, 3 years because my home internet was completely useless. But anyway, friends showing me Counter-Strike and me watching everyone jump around and lag out and disappear here and reappear there. And I just remember this stupid, idiotic feeling of superiority where I was like, well, my internet connection's like that, not like that. And I took him home to my place and showed him ZSNES. And he was amazed like I was, like, whoa, this is so smooth, so fluid. Like we had discovered a better internet when really it's just like, no, it's just sending like a very insignificant amount of bits over the internet to like send a controller to someone else. Nothing streaming anything else. There's no server involved. You have a P2P connection, so it's like totally dangerous. And if you weren't playing with other high schoolers who had no idea what was going on, you could be letting Christ knows what into your computer. I had lots of fun. I remember hours upon hours of Gundam Wing, Endless Waltz, Street Fighter, and like a bunch of fighting games. But one of my fondest, like, whenever I would find someone that was interested in playing games on the computer, the first thing that I would see is if they enjoyed Secret of Mana, playing that with me. And if they did, I decided immediately they were cool. And if they didn't, well, you can find your own shit on the internet after this. I really don't give a fuck. I love the damage sprites because they're like based off of the NES damage sprites, but they're more highly detailed. So like the Black Mage, when he gets hit, he like spins backwards and goes ooh. I will say for like an extremely simple, almost 16-bit game, this game, like, it's not optimized greatly. There's a lot of screen stuttering and stuff, which is like, why? Katakana and Hiragana by myself. Oh man, dude, that's we probably would have been pretty good friends in high school. That sounds exactly like the kind of stuff that me and my buddies did. I had a friend named Kai, who she was like almost as obsessed with Japanese culture as I was, except for that maybe a bit more so because she actually took the initiative to like sit down and teach herself katakana and hiragana and stuff like that. She was always trying to get us to. And now at this point in my life, I'm like, I can only imagine the fun she has being able to like play these games in their native tongues and like understand the things that little cultural differences and stuff like that. Oh, this actually means this. Or even my biggest thing is like, I know that when they try to localize something, they do they try to localize even the references and stuff like that. So instead of referencing some obscure Japanese TV show that might have cult knowledge out there, it'll be an obscure American TV show that might have a cult following here and stuff like that. And I always like love just delving into those cultural differences. Did because I want to see what was different from the US version. I wonder, was there, because let's see, I don't think that I played the American Secret of Mana, to be honest. I think for the most part we're doing the Seiken Densetsu, the one that wasn't released here, I think, just because I thought that using Lunar to patch stuff made me like some kind of computer god. So like doing that made me feel more superior in that way. Where am I going anyway? Oh, Matoya. Okay. Frontwards, backwards, any way you see. Such a strange spell to swish swishery. Out, knock, knock. Swish swisheroo. So that is cancel. And sorry, I got a Broviel's message blocking me up in the corner for a moment. It says cancel and L2 backwards, because that's how these brooms talk. So if you hit L2 and cancel backwards, hey, it's a world map. That's cool. That's from, like, that's gone as far back as anywhere. There's also another thing you could do. It's like, select a buttload of times and then you open a tile sliding minigame. I don't know if that's still here, but that's been a thing. What? Oh. Yeah, Seiken Densetsu 3. You called it. My eye! Ouch! I can't see a blasted thing without my crystal eye. Who could have stolen it from me? I don't know, but I'm about to steal more shit from you. Potion, and an antidote. That would have been useful a while ago. My eye. Okay, he says the same thing. I'm pretty sure they all say the same thing. Yeah, okay. So Broviel, since it seems like you're the only person who's here, I guess I'll just talk to you directly. Do you have a favorite Final Fantasy? Like, out of all of them? And then from there, I'll get into pestering you about your favorite remakes and whatnot. Not really, but I'm very biased to the first and third game. Oh, well, that tells me basically that you're a glutton for punishment. Because this first one, if you just level up all the way through it, it's a cakewalk. But if you try to just press through it, it's pretty torturous. The third game, I love it. I love the systems. I love the job system. It was made very late in the NES's life, so there was, like, so much as far as... Oh, wait, I guess before I start shitting all over that one. By first and third, do you mean 3 on the NES or 3 on the SNES? Like, are you going by the American numbering system or the Japanese numbering system? I'm assuming you mean 3 like Final Fantasy 3 NES, then the DS one, and now finally the Pixel Remaster. Well, anyway, if you are talking about the NES one, which was the assumption I was making, my first experience was through an emulator. The translation patch was not good at the time that I downloaded it. Yeah, okay. Correct naming for the game. Right? Dude, oh man. When I was young and Steven got introduced, and I was like, We've had 1, 2, and 3. And then my older brother got an issue of EGM covering 7 that explained the naming thing. I was like, what the fuck? I'm 12 years old and I'm feeling so ripped off because I had managed to track down Final Fantasy for the NES, Final Fantasy 2 for the SNES, Final Fantasy 3 for the SNES, 2 being 4 and 3 being 6. And like I said, Mystic Quest was my first RPG at all, let alone Final Fantasy. So, like, when I heard that, no, your 3 is actually 6, we skipped 3 of them, I was pissed. I was like, why are we not fighting them for this? Like, fucking, US needs to go to war with Japan immediately, at once, right now, just to get the missing Final Fantasies. I don't remember who I thought did it, but there was a specific thought in my brain like, this is so-and-so's fault. Like something stupid. I think that at the time there was like a congressman or something who was against video games, and anybody in the political world who was against video games always like drew my ire and attention no matter what age I was. So I remember just being like, I'll bet it's all his fault. He kept the Final Fantasy away from me. What a jerk. But yeah, I love it, but man, that game is punishing. If you're not min-maxing by the end of the game, or in the newer ones, like, the DS's extra dungeon was just cruel. Like, I wasn't even... Okay, Final Fantasy 1 and 2 Dawn of Souls for the Game Boy Advance. They added extra dungeons. They had the bestiaries and the music players and all of those little quality of life improvements. But these extra dungeons were like, I know in the first one it was like 100-floor, procedurally generated, and by that they meant like the floors came in a random order. Dungeon where you just kept going down and you're finding loot that's like super powerful compared to anything else you could find in the game. You're finding like the Save the Queen staff and stuff that wasn't introduced till like Final Fantasy VI, but they're putting it down here as an Easter egg, and I thought that was really cool. And then I got to 3 on the DS and did that extra dungeon, and I wanted nothing more than like, oh my god, you just didn't get enough experience. I could not level enough to reach the freaking... Also, this was back in like 2003. For all I know, I was just an idiot and the system's very easy and easily exploitable, and I was just, oh, I can't get this because I was so dumb. If I continue pressing forward, although 1's taking me a lot longer than I remember, eventually I'll get to 3, and we'll see what my modern take on it is. Because I remembered like just being like, this is just hard. Like, I beat 3 on the DS, shelved it, and was like, oh, thank God I never have to play that again. Even though deep down inside, I always wanted a pixel art remake of it, because I think part of my problem suffering through that game was that, like, 3D, almost PS1 graphics, like, and not being able to tell where you could walk because everything's blurry brown colors. That game. I have good memories of, I think, every other Final Fantasy, but 3 gives me PTSD. So I'm a, like, complete stereotype. 7's still my favorite, and yeah, I know I'm a loser for thinking it or whatever, because everybody thinks that, but it just hit me at like the perfect time. It was a really weird thing, but I went from Mystic Quest into 2 and 3 that I bought and could not complete, because an 8-year-old can't complete games like that, like, easily. Let me put it that way. I didn't have enough time to have completed them yet by the time 7 dropped. But it was a hilarious thing. I thought that somehow 7 was a sequel to Mystic Quest that, like, the character that you played as in Mystic Quest was Cloud. Child mind thinking, right? Like, it made absolutely no sense. I had played other Final Fantasies that didn't involve, I got his name as Benjamin in the Theater Rhythm games, and that's the only way that I know the actual Mystic Quest character's name. But, okay, so I'm at the next city. I'm going to save it real quick. Whoop. But yeah, thought going into it blind somehow that Cloud was Benjamin, and I was like, really, I remember being really upset when 8 was announced, and I started seeing stuff for 8, and I was like, they're not following Cloud anymore? What's going on? And then that summer, going back to my Super Nintendo and 2 and 3 and being like, oh, I guess sometimes it's different guys. And then, like, freaking, I feel like way too long later, went back to Mystic Quest and was like, wait, his hair's not even blonde. Why the hell did I think these were the same guy? And, like, finding out Mystic Quest was called Final Fantasy USA and was made for the American market and is by most aspects considered to be like a bastardization. It's really just a dime per dozen RPG that has, like, one chocobo sprite on top of a building in a city called Windia. How fucking creative. But since that was my first RPG, that's the one that I latch onto. And then 7 being the first 3D RPG that I played that was actually realized blew me away to the point where I can't, I can't justifiably say Mystic Quest is my favorite because I know 7 is just a superior game. Abrovio said, anthologies are better than attempting a direct sequel. Just look at the Zelda timeline. You know, you're right. I'm going to take a break for a moment while I go have a smoke, but I'll still keep up with the chat. I think you're absolutely right. I always saw Zelda and Final Fantasy as almost being retellings. Shut up. Give me one moment. Okay, went outside. So I always saw Final Fantasy and Zelda as being just retellings. They're legends. They're retellings of the same story. They have the same themes. In Zelda, it's always the green dude saving the princess, and in Final Fantasy, it's always on some level man versus the powers that be it a god, be it an empire. It's always something like that. And I always thought that it lends better to storytelling when you can just say, I'm done with this world and move on. Like, it not having to be stuck explaining and connecting stuff so, like, far back and all that. You're able to tell better stories. At the same time, I completely understand wanting a sequel. Sometimes you've spent and invested so much time in one of these worlds, and it ends so abruptly and so oddly. Like I was saying, 7's my favorite, but 7 has probably one of the worst endings as far as trying to actually end something that any of them ever had. As far as we can tell, humanity's destroyed and everything's taken over. And it could be the exact opposite. 4 years later, they gave us Advent Children, and we're like, yeah, that's 200 something years in the future. But this happened immediately afterwards. And I get that it's kind of a conceit to want to keep chasing the same success by, doing a sequel. But I think that properly done sequels can fill in gaps and give closure to things that should have had closure. I've played through Remake, Final Fantasy VII Remake, and I'm excited for the idea that this entire world in it might be a remake. Spoiler alerts, I'm sorry, I guess I should have said that. I was cool with them just retreading the same ground, but once I found out that somehow this is in a different loop, this is a different setting, somehow there's some differences in it, it excited me so much more, because then you can, yes, you got to keep the main story beats so that people don't feel that they're ripped off, but it can definitely tie in a lot more. Final Fantasy VII was one of those games that had so much more in the Japanese version, and so much more explained in the Japanese version, that, like, even though I love it, again, I fell in love with the bastardization of a game. It's Remake having the opportunity to dig into all of it and explain itself fully. It does have me more excited than I should be. It makes me feel like more of a consumer of media, but also, aren't we all just chasing the feeling of happiness from childhood? We'll never find it, but every now and then you find cool stuff to inspire you along the way. Let's see, Blizzard. I got a question for you, Brovio, because as I've found, this tends to split the community a bit. What are your opinions on 9? The latest in the PlayStation generation, arguably the prettiest in the PlayStation generation. I felt weird about it because 7 and 8 definitely felt like Final Fantasy growing up to me, and then 9 was immediately a step into a Disney-ish, Pixar-ish, which makes a lot more sense given the old sprite art styles and stuff like that. But to me, I was like, why would you do this? I felt the way that people felt when they saw Wind Waker, expecting the Space World demo to be fully realized instead. Where I was like, you're getting so much better at this tech. Why does this game look like this? As an adult, I have tried so many times to return to it, but infamously on the PS4. So when I say on here, and I'll probably end up saying it a lot on this channel, I have OCD. I mean, like, clinically diagnosed OCD, where it's like, some forms of it I feel are good for me, like when I'm filling out paperwork, or when I got to do something nice and neat, or when I'm organizing my workspace. It's a great thing to have. But there's other things, like on the PS4, one of the trophies for Final Fantasy IX is for jump roping. I want to say 1,000 times, or 999, something ridiculous. And I can't do that. Like, I can't even develop that kind of muscle memory. I tried for weeks, literally weeks, spending all of my game time that I had, all of my extra time, just sitting there, jumping rope. Highest I got was 300 something, and just could not fucking make it. And I can't proceed past that part of the game until I've completed that. I genuinely feel like, fuck, I haven't made it, I can't do it. Super Mario Odyssey. If you're talking about the severe, ridiculous amount of fucking shines, and how there just seems to be an infinite amount, and you can just keep doing it forever, and ever, and ever, and ever, and ever. I went into Odyssey not fucking... like, I didn't read anything about it, or I didn't know how many there were. I was like, okay, so there's probably like 5 shines per stage. It'll be fine. And by the time I was done, I was like, I have like 700 shines. I can't do this anymore. I can't keep playing Mario. I gotta stop. And then you go to the fucking shop, and there's a shop that sells you shines for coins, and you're just like, well, what am I wasting all my time? This is dumb. And I just shelved it. I have no idea if that's what you're talking about, but that's immediately what I thought when you said Super Mario Odyssey. If you'd like to elaborate, I'd love to hear it. Oh man, my brain probably blocked it. Is it in the sand area? Does it involve one of those Sphinx things? Oh man, no. No, is it in the city? I don't remember. I would have definitely just skipped out on that one. My Final Fantasy X Platinum save, I think, the dodging lightning 100 times, I actually bought a PS Vita and bought Final Fantasy X for it and dodged the lightning on there because the timing on the television was so fucking atrocious that it was impossible to do. And someday I hope I can do the same thing. Maybe no, I don't think no. Version of 9 on the Vita doesn't have trophies. It's just the PS1 rip. Fuck. So I think that one day I will hire someone to come to my house and pass the fucking jump rope on 9 so that I can continue playing the goddamn game. Broviel, have you ever heard of the Pocket Station? Pocket Station was cool. So it was a memory card for the PlayStation. I have 2 of them. If you saved Final Fantasy VIII on it, it would save a minigame where you played as the Chocobo and you could find items and move it over to the thing. The Japanese version of 9, I think, I could be misremembering, but I believe had something else, and the American one doesn't. So that's another reason why I've always wanted to learn Japanese and haven't, because I would like to carry my Pocket Station around, have it full of games, and actually have them involve making progress in my other games. They didn't remove it from Final Fantasy VIII, so you can totally play the Final Fantasy VIII Chocobo World, I think it's called. It's just a little roguelike running around picking up shit. But I love little stuff like that. Little bonuses, games inside of games. Those have always been my favorite. So, I guess before I continue, I'll give you a little bit of background. Most of my channel for the foreseeable future is most likely going to be Final Fantasy games. Final Fantasy and Zelda, being funny that you mentioned it, are probably my 2 favorite series. They're the 2 that I'm most likely to play and stream. Something about both of them, something about this whole world in this cartridge always appealed to me. It was like a little escape that I could just pop in, and I'm in a whole fully realized world with people and characters and stories and stuff to do. And I love any game that even after you beat it, there's still stuff you can run around and do. Like, you can max level people, you can collect all the items, you can do stuff like that, as long as you save before the last boss. So anyway, in my adult life, I've gone and I have close to every American Final Fantasy release. Originally, I had every Squaresoft / Square Enix release, but I've had things in my life happen: homelessness, cancer, stupid shit, car repairs even, where you sell off chunks of the collection, and then when you get back on your feet, you buy it back. But chunks of it are always going, and I'm always making new rules to my collection. Like, okay, I'll only do Square Enix for the new Final Fantasy games. I'll only collect the old Squaresoft games. Then you have to sell all the old Squaresoft games, and Einhander's $200. So you're like, okay, fuck it. I won't collect Squaresoft games. I'll just collect Final Fantasy games. And then you sell off Urges because it's $100, and you needed groceries, and you're like, okay, well, getting that one will be hard. So fuck it. And I'm at a point where I have most of the numbered Final Fantasy games. I think the only thing I'm missing is the boxed expansion for Heaven's Word. Other than that, I have all of the rest of the Final Fantasies so far. I have the Uber Collector's Edition set to arrive probably a fucking week after it ships, or after the game launches, because Square Enix Shop is so horrible at that. I also have a few nifty Japanese things. I have the Wonder Swan with Part 1. It was actually my little brother's, and he forbade me ever from selling it, so that's the only reason that's still in my collection. Collector's editions for the original Final Fantasy XIV, for Stormblood, for Endwalker, 15, and I'll have 16 coming up. Square Enix actually delving into the collector's edition territory. The first time they did that I knew of was with Final Fantasy XII. They did a steelbook, and ever since that time I knew, fuck, this hobby of mine got a lot more expensive if I want the fanciest track on it. I've always tried to make do, always tried to make sure that I had the money put aside for them as they came out. Ironically, this newest Final Fantasy comes at the beginning of a divorce, so this will probably be the last thing I buy for myself for quite some time. Now I'm living alone, traveling alone, biking to work. It's a rough life, but I'll get to come home and fucking cry to Game of Thrones / Final Fantasy, because I'm that kind of gamer. At some point, even in this little almost comedic, spritey playthrough, I might get emotionally overwhelmed by a piece of music or a stupid line that someone says and just break out into tears. So just fucking warning you about that now. Okay, and now I'm going to buy some spells. I get the feeling they don't have a white magic shop in this town. I'm going to. I'm checking out everything else in the town to find out what... Hey, leave me alone. I've gone through this game a ton of fucking times. Just trying to get the necessities here. I don't like my characters dying. I like everyone's, what's the word for it? I like doing my best to make sure that everyone's EXP stays around the same. Everybody leveling up at the same time. Just kind of, it feels right to me, man. Okay, I'm about out of monies, so I'm just gonna go kill my pirate and move on. Aye, aye, Captain will make their bones go crunch. Definitely should have healed up first. I got embarrassed and forgot, so this will be fun. So, Broville, have you thought like I am, and always have thought as well, that it's a bit weird that Final Fantasy never tried to make their own tabletop game? I mean, maybe it's fear of legal issues, but I feel like they have enough of their own unique creatures and enough generically accepted by the world to be generic that, like, a tabletop Final Fantasy system would be incredible. It's extremely odd to me that it's not a thing. I be most sorry, young masters. I'll be making no more fuss, I swear. I want ye to take me ship for your troubles. Can ye find it in your heart to forgive an old pirate? He says this after 9 of his dudes he just sent to death. Like, we murdered his men and then we're letting him go because he gave us shit. I'm not really certain how ethical that is. Okay, I thought I already checked here. I was just making sure. Also, regarding the temper thing earlier, while I definitely would have gone back and bought that one, expect there to be times where I'm not doing the generally accepted thing that should be done. Not because I'm like, no, this is just the way I like it, but because there is a lot that I genuinely don't know. I'm not like Mr. Min-Max know everything about every Final Fantasy, even though they're almost exclusively what I play. I don't much like reading walkthroughs or guides, or I don't anymore now that they're all online instead of being a magazine that I carry around with me everywhere like a sacred text. You know, I will have a camera set up eventually for my streams, but I wish I could show you just the dearth of my collection here and the kind of stuff that I like to crack open instead of a Reddit or, Christ, back in the day, a GameFAQ or whatever. Okay, Abrovio says, I have 2 grinding spots in this game, killing ogres around Alfheim, and a specific tile in Astos' castle. Specific tile in Astos' castle. I know about the ogres by Elfheim. That's the northern, like, peninsula thingy, right? That has the spawns that are really made for a different area. Actually, isn't it like... No? And I definitely don't know about the tile in Astos' castle. We'll have to find out if that's a thing here once we get there. Oh, just plain old ogres. Yeah, they are... No! Boyd's gonna keep dying and his EXP is gonna keep being so different from everyone else's. Gotcha. There's something somewhere around one of these spots where it's like there's a peninsula jutting out somewhere where there's enemies you shouldn't be able to fight till after you've gotten something else. But yeah, I definitely never heard of the tile in Astos' castle. Help, my little magey guy. He dead. I need to save him. I wonder how and if the tile sliding minigame is present in this one, just because there's not really a select. Oh, they're the trap tile that you encounter in front of chests. The one has a group of enemies that can be killed with Diara and Fire. Oh. So just being nifty about it. Oh, fuck. I did the thing I keep doing. Now I'm paying twice as much. Wait, yep, because he's at 1 HP. And I know that, so, Diara and Fyra, they do group attacks in this one, right? Didn't it used to be... Oh, one encounter is around 700 to 1,000 gil. Ooh. At the very least, that's a lot of money. I was gonna say, didn't you used to be able to just use any spell by pressing all the way to the left? Was that just a Dawn of Souls or Origins remake thing? But I could have sworn you used to be able to choose between spells being hit everyone or hit one, regardless of what spell it was. Now I just saw that that's definitely not a thing. I was trying to use fire on a group of ghasts earlier, and that didn't go well. Okay, first off. Okay, so I guess it was, yeah, fire I was trying to use. Yeah, see? There's no selecting everyone. I'm sure when I have Fyra it'll work. But, oh, I hate these bastards. They paralyze. It's a thing for the rest of the series, I think. Okay. Then, my mistake. Stop it, leave him alone, he's paralyzed. Can't you see? I never understood, like, in video games when they're trying to show paralysis, how it's like lightning. Like, what do they think paralysis is? That looks like I'm being electrocuted. Alrighty, got more stronger peepos. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, fuck this. So out of curiosity, Abrovio, how did you find this channel? It's basically hidden. I wasn't able to find it via via searching for the actual channel itself until today. I use filters. I guess what I'm asking is, what did you filter for that you found me on the back pages of YouTube? Like, maybe by figuring that out, I can figure out a way to, for lack of a better term, expose myself more in the future. Although, honestly, this is just, this is only the second time I've ever streamed, and the first time that I have an audience, even though it is just of one person, so thank you very much. It's really just me fiddling around with the fact that I have high-speed internet now, and holy crap, I can actually achieve this. Oh, Final Fantasy and the filter for life. Okay, well, I guess that was enough to get here, to get you here. Blah. So, cool. Oh, and of all of the streams he saw, he chose this humble little shit one that has 0 people watching, and no, but thanks a bunch again. It's nice to actually interact with someone over this. The sheer amount of people that I imagine are playing Final Fantasy stuff right now, I'd imagine there's other people like me trying to go back and see where it came from, and that there's probably there's definitely people out there with the leaked versions of the game that dropped like a month ago or whatever. I'm happy that I'm not competing with them. Let me just put it that way. Dun, 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 dun. So much for invisibility. I mean, Zephyr's just getting regularly stabbed. Favorite team to use in the first Final Fantasy. The Thief is normally a fighter or warrior for me, but this is generally my favorite team. I'm curious to know yours. I'm expecting to hear something insane like, oh, I do the 4 mage run or whatever the insanely hard one is. The cannon one. Oh man. Being perfectly honest, I don't even know what that means. Oh shit. So, cannon, let's see. I'm going to say there's a white mage, a black mage. Is it a fighter and a monk? Or it's a fighter and a thief? Which one is it? You're going to have to let me know. Brovio says the novelization calls the warrior Zest, the thief Saber, white mage Flow, and the black mage Daewoo. That actually sounds really fucking cool. Also, this is the first I'm hearing of a novelization. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Japanese only. This is something that your learning of katakana and hiragana has, like, helped you with. If not, bro, send me the link because I need that shit in my life. Daewoo's funny though. Isn't Daewoo like a speaker company? Like, obviously that's not all that it can be, but that's funny to me. It'd be like, and the great priestess Subaru. Can I make it? Yes. Oh, Christ. The thief was useless in the original NES game. Yeah, and wasn't he useless until you did the Bahamut quest? Then, like, wasn't Ninja basically OP after that? I love thief class in these kinds of games in general, but it's always like, alright, I'm gonna suck forever, and then there'll be a payoff. You were better off with the red mage. Yeah, red wizard at the end. Yeah, probably. I know that the first game had, like, there was things about it with the math in it that just made certain things not work. I think something like, I forgot what stat it was or something, but, and I could be wrong.
I'm thinking of Pokemon. My fault, my fault. Never mind. Completely different topic. Now, I've literally always had a red mage in party. Like, yeah, it's the versatility at the beginning of the game is cool. Okay, yeah, the intelligence stat didn't work. I thought it was special defense in Pokemon, and I was like, no, you're talking about the wrong shit. You're gonna look fucking stupid in front of your one viewer. And my cat just knocked over a whole glass of water into a bunch of really cool shit. So, we'll be back with more after this. Why do you do that? My cat, everybody. That was Archimedes Sophocles Nipples. Yes, that's his full name. His last name is Nipples. Spilling a glass of water. Under my coffee table, I have a small collection of art books. Thankfully, none of my favorite ones were in there. But he definitely splashed some water on D&D Arts and Arcana and Death Note Blanket Noir art book. I dried them as much as I could, but we'll see if they fluff up tomorrow. Also, I'm still speaking into the controller, but it's sitting next to It's like a heating pad. I use it to dry off electronics. So I'm not going to press buttons for a little bit. If I can find my other controller, I'll just grab my other controller and use that. But yeah, the intelligence stat didn't work. That was it, because in my brain I was like, it had something to do with magic, and then I was like, am I thinking of special defense in Pokemon? Because I think that might have been a thing too, or special attack or something like that. In one of these games, or possibly both, one of those stats didn't work, and like dumping into it or caring about it was just kind of a waste of time. But yeah, if you're remembering intelligence for the Black Mage, then I'm going to say it's the same thing. But once you get to the end and you can Bahamut yourself into a Black Wizard, I'm pretty sure that like the Meteor spell or whatever it was, Ultima or whatever the spell was in the first game was basically like, it didn't matter, enjoy, it's fun. So, do you have any console of this generation of Brovio? Do you have a PS5 or Xbox Series X yet? Not really, I tend to take it extremely slow. Yeah, I got my PS5 last month actually. And I know that's not really slow, but that was taking it slow for me. In most cases, especially if there's a Final Fantasy close to launch, I'm doing my best to get the console like as it comes out, or if there's a fancy one announced, to get it then. But I put this one off because of the ridiculous costs people were putting for them and that kind of stuff. I didn't have anything I wanted to play on my PS5 when I first got it. I had gotten Hogwarts Legacy for my wife, and I played it a lot, but basically all the AAA games are just reskinned Assassin's Creed. Go on the map, find the point, head to the point, do the thing, go on the map, find the point, head to the point, do the thing. And I know that you could say that that's like, well, what else do you expect it to be? But really, it's become a trend that, like, there's not enough unique in these games to keep me super entertained, you know? The big thing in Final Fantasy games for me always is the story. Since playing Mystic Quest, even though that was a cheesy and dumb story, admittedly, the sense of adventure, the sense of a different world, of exploring it and of finding different things, and these little mini stories that are told all along the way, somewhere it felt like that got lost. I definitely felt like 15 it fell into the trope of being this AAA, head to this point, head to this point. Like, I'm looking at the map, I'm setting a waypoint, I'm running to the waypoint, I'm killing stuff on the way. I was really scared that 16 was going to be the same, so I didn't hop on a PS5 right away. I was actually thinking that I might sit this generation out and just use my Switch, because it's been a very good console for the kind of games that I like to play, and a little, like, diversions from regular life instead of what I'm hoping 16 will be, and is like a second life that I get to live inside of this game. The story so far seems pretty good. I am a little worried that some plot points that are supposed to be kind of hidden may have been hinted at a bit too strongly early on, but at the same time, I'm always a fan of the journey versus the destination. I'm one of the people who was like, Game of Thrones, I had a good time while I was watching it. The ending wasn't what I wanted it to be. Of course not. The ending was never going to be what any of us individually wanted it to be completely, because there's so many people working on it, and there's so many different ideas in the way that it could have ended. So instead of, I wasted these 9 years of my life, I think about it as, man, I had a lot of fun week to week watching that crazy shit go down, compared to like the way, or compared to just not watching it at all. So even if I did realize some big spoilers just by playing the demo, and like those end up being the big story spins or whatever, I am extremely excited for the journey itself anyhow. Do you play PC at all, or are you just a console gamer? I didn't get my quote-unquote gaming PC until the back when the 1080 was the strongest card, and it was only because somebody bought a PC, like a pre-made rig that had a 1080 in it, and were so excited about it, and they sold it to me for less than a third of the price because their car went kaput. And while I would have loved to offer them more, I only had the money that I had. So he was like, yeah, give me that, it'll be fine. And I'm so happy that I did. The wealth of games available on it is a big thing for me. Both, but most of my hobby is to search for hidden gems. So I used to, gaming was a regular thing between me and my older brother. My older brother had a video game collection that put most of the ones that you see online to shame. He was missing 10 NES games, 20 Super Nintendo games, and the only ones he were missing were super, super expensive ones that was like, we're all emulating those anyway, because fuck paying $500 for a Super Nintendo beat-em-up that ain't even that good, you know? But we used to sit, like, I'd come home from work, go to his house, and we'd sit for 5 hours straight just playing through all of the games that he had in alphabetical order, trying to find games that we didn't have, that we didn't know about, games that were way better than they should have been for the time or whatever. It's how I discovered Crystallis. It's how I discovered Sun Tropics and stuff like that. I didn't know those games existed way back when. The Goonies 2 for the NES, I remember, was one that I was like, holy fuck, this is so cool. If you want to play an old game with an ambitious story but boring gameplay, I'd recommend Fire Emblem Genealogy of the Holy War. So, the entire reason I even got into emulating in high school, since I talked about that earlier, was actually due to Super Smash Bros. Melee and me needing to know where Marth and Roy came from. I had to know. They're these two super dope looking anime characters that are fighting with all these other Nintendo characters, and I'm just like, who are these guys? Why they have sweet counterattack moves? They got that European night flare, but with that Japanese anime touch. Who the fuck are these dudes? So see that they're from Fire Emblem by looking at the trophy. Look up Fire Emblem, and all of the games only came out in Japan. Well, that's not gonna cut it for me. I gotta. Roy was in Melee before his own game. Is that true? Not that I'm denying you or anything. I thought that Roy's game was a remake of a different Fire Emblem. Am I wrong about that? I thought that the game just called Fire Emblem out here for the NES or for the Game Boy Advance was a remake of something else. Entirely possible I'm wrong. But yeah, so I went and downloaded all of the Fire Emblems and the emulators that went with them, and from there was like, holy shit, I can play anything from here. But yeah, Genealogy of the Holy War was definitely like, oh man. Okay, that's a prequel sequel to Roy's game. Then that means I must have missed one somehow, somewhere. So which one is Roy's game then? I'm gonna fucking die. I am not paying attention, and I'm just... Run! They're running away too. Fire Emblem, The Binding Blade. Okay, I'm gonna have to look into that. But definitely, I love the shit out of Fire Emblem. That's another one that like I have the shitty NES collector's edition for Switch that came with the crystal cartridge that can't do anything, and all of that. Like from its American release, let me put it that way, I've played every Fire Emblem that came out here, and I played the majority, although now I'm seeing probably not all of them, majority of the Japanese releases that weren't released here. I love Fire Emblem, and that's another OCD, it can be hard on me making sure no one dies scenario, and it gets really funny sometimes, for me even, when someone's like, wow, you're still playing that game? That must be a huge game. I don't know, maybe. What do you mean, maybe? I'm on like Quest 10 or something even earlier. I'm on some ridiculously early quest and I can't get past it because this one underleveled character keeps dying. And whenever they don't put, or didn't, I guess I should say, because they always do it now, they give you opportunities to level up now. The Game Boy Advance and before, they didn't always give you opportunities to just fight when you wanted. So it was like you had to pay attention to what characters you let kill people, because sometimes you'd end up with the ridiculously OP characters that, like, well, I know I can send Kane or whoever in to kill everyone, but his fucking companion is like half of his level and garbage. And some of the characters are just garbage stats from the start, where it's like, okay, you're never going to be useful to me. I've played this game 3 times and you never do anything worthwhile. Also, how they, I feel like in every Fire Emblem, they give you the older, like, general type character at the beginning. It's like, let me, this character's OP and can smash anyone in one hit. And you're like, yeah, this is going to be the leader of my brigade. And they level so pitifully compared to everyone else, because that's the way it's supposed to be, right? Like, your newer characters are the ones that are supposed to level up and stuff like that. But as a petulant child, I always thought that was such a ripoff. Like, oh, this character was so strong, you're supposed to keep getting stronger. The fan base used to consider Genealogy a Holy War the best game, just for story alone, which I admittedly find it overrated. It has been so long. I'm 36 years old now, so it has been half of my life since I've been in high school, and that's how long it's been since I played any of the fan-translated Fire Emblems, because that's the way that I play the Japanese ones without my Japanese knowledge. If it was a great story, it didn't impact me in a way that I remember. Which is weird to think, because like I remember the plots of all the American ones. It is funny. I think that you have less of an investment in games that you didn't purchase and play like natively, or at least I do. I know that like games that I've emulated, I definitely have more trouble finding memories of them, because I think it's just blurred in with my memories of sitting at the computer for hours at a time back in the day. So like it doesn't quite sit the same as something that I sat in front of a TV or carried around with me. Hush, Luna. Oh yes, you're gonna hear animals, and that my animals are doing things all of the time. I have two dogs. Their names are Luna and Shiva. Both of them Final Fantasy names. Luna for Luna Freya, and Shiva for the summon, obviously. I also have two cats, not Final Fantasy named. Their names are Archie, short for Archimedes. He's the one who spilled the water glass earlier. And Inky, who's just named after a blob of ink, because that's what she looks like. The dogs are my wife's, actually. So is Inky. So after she gets her own place where she can take the animals, I'll just have Archie. Okay, Abrovio says, though it does have one of the best plot twists that no other game has the courage to do. Oh, I'll have to go back to it again one of these days and do it. Because I definitely don't remember a plot twist. And that really sucks, because I'm a sucker for a good plot twist if it's done well. Man. And like, part of me's like, oh, ask about it, but no spoilers, please. I might do it someday here on the channel, for all that I know, if I actually keep this shit up. I do love me some Fire Emblem. My favorite, and again, it could just be me falling in with the in crowd, was Awakening, and that was mainly because of the Street Pass feature. Being able to walk through like my local mall and come home, and you have 6 armies to battle, all made up by different people through the Street Pass, was incredible to me. And then on top of that, when they added Spot Pass, and I work at McDonald's, and I have for years now. The McDonald's Wi-Fi networks were one of the places where you go to connect with Spot Pass. So going to work every day and connecting with the last 10 DSs that were there. And then if I worked a 10-hour shift, I could connect to the last 20 DSs that were there, because I think there was like, it needed 8 hours to reset or something, and it doesn't necessarily connect when you first come into contact with it. So it had to be more than an 8-hour shift for it to work. But like, for a while there, no joke, the reason that I had the whole reason why I even felt like the need to keep the job was because I was like, well, I gotta still go back there for my Spot Passes. I was working 2 jobs at the time. One of them just so I had an excuse to go to McDonald's for my Spot Passes. Abrovio says, I play games for gameplay mostly, so my favorites are New Mystery of the Emblem and Fate's Conquest. Fate's Conquest is... Fate's Conquest. Oh, yeah. Okay, I got you. Fates I enjoyed. New Mystery of the Emblem. For some reason, I'm drawing a blank on that one. New Mystery of the Emblem. No clue. Can you tell me what system that was for? Except for Dead. It's a DS remake of Mystery of the Emblem, which never came out internationally. Huh. I don't know that one. You're blowing my mind with the shit that I don't know about stuff that I thought I knew about at this point. Let's see. I know that the DS had Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon or Dragon Shadow. I don't remember. And I know that I have that one. Oh, you're probably saying the remake never came out internationally also. So that makes sense. Yeah, Shadow Dragon. It's hard because with DS titles, it always seemed like they were trying to shoe in making the abbreviation for stuff DS. So I think that like Ninja Gaiden might have actually been Dragon Shadow to make the DS fit. But yeah, no, I would have really loved to play a second Fire Emblem on the DS. I enjoyed Shadow Dragon a lot. The DS is probably my favorite handheld, and you're talking to a dude who would have married a fucking Game Boy if he could have. Like, then the DS came out, and the multitude of, like... I think the worst part about the DS is that it has so much potential still, and it's an abandoned idea. Me and my friend Victor, who he'll be on the channel regularly at some point, we were talking just the other day about how nuts it is, the number of ideas that I have alone, like for my own properties, let alone what I would have done for other people's properties given the opportunity. I'll never understand these pixel remasters. Why weren't they out nearly 2 decades ago? Why wasn't this a DS idea style thing, and you got all your menus at the bottom, and you can literally like have it so you could see to access the bestiaries throughout all of the games together? It would have been so perfect for stuff like that. And it always felt like instead everybody was always making the most generic thing possible. The DS had like 4 fonts built into it, and I felt like every RPG used those built-in fonts that were trash and were like, ugh. I think I have a big problem with fonts now that I've heard myself say it twice during the same fucking stream. I always feel like if the type is low effort, because there's fonts out there, there's fonts you can buy, there's fonts for free, there's fonts for free commercial use, and it always feels like when something uses the system default font, did you even care? Like, this is cash grab territory. Right here, look where it says Sahagin Chief, and all my characters' names. That looks hideous. Why they couldn't have used, like, the font they already made from Dawn of Souls, or why they couldn't use anything but that. Though admittedly, within the last few months, they made the text boxes pixelated, which is different, because when these first launched, I swear to you, they were like perfectly round edges with perfect gradients. Now if they could just fix the fucking font. Ugh. So I had to, the GameCube PS2 was peak font design. Maybe that's what it is. I'm fucking living back to the good old days of fonts perfectly made for a CRT television. And nowadays it's like, since they have pixel perfect, they think that the answer is to give the font with the most detail, when really it's being easier on the eyes or being more readable doesn't make a font, isn't the only thing that makes a font good. There's also character, man. When you, for all of these games in every aspect, when you start eliminating the things that gave something character, I'd go as far as to say even the skin tones on the sprites. If you look at the sprites that are there right now on the screen dancing to the little like end thing, I think that even shading their skin 3 tones might have been a step too far. There was something about the limitations that like made it good already. Correcting the sprites a little bit to make them more readable was cool, but like adding that much gradient makes it look less than. It makes it look more computer gen, less like a person figured it out. Pretty sure I'm heading to the next city, by the way, now. Second, Densetsu 3 still has the best pixel art I've ever seen. You know, and I don't want to outright argue with you because it's gorgeous. One of the things that I love about Secret of Mana series in general is that it almost felt like, and I mean this in a good way and not pre-gen like they were being lazy, but okay, here in Final Fantasy 1, this remastered version, for the battle scene we have this backdrop of the boat that's it's pixel art and like looks like someone drew it. Maybe like they definitely used some tools in that didn't exist back in the day, but it looks pretty authentic for the most part. What I was going to say was Secret of Mana, that entire series, you could definitely see that each individual thing was drawn by something, has character, and was made intentionally. Like, if these 2 pixels weren't there, this character would look odd, and someone sat and figured that out. So the art feels a lot more intentional. Hey, we've made it to Elfheim. Anyway, I was going to say I like it a lot. I think that probably the only reason why I'm not quick to say, oh, I love it so much, is just because putting their own spin on everything, you got your Rabbites and all of that kind of stuff. It always felt almost too Japanese for me. I think Final Fantasy hits a nice middle ground for me between like European folklorish stuff and style and okay, let's see. Buy this. Buy this. Between the East and West, basically. Because I love both styles, but I definitely love something about the Japanese version of the English style. Seiken Densetsu falls in that same design realm as, like, in my brain anyway, as you got your dot hack and your I don't know, sword art stuff that feels way more like this is more Japanese. Buy Fundara for the Pisco Dunes you'll encounter. Yep. Wouldn't have been something I immediately knew, by the way. I would have been fighting all those Mind Flayer looking fucks and just being like, oh my god, these guys are so hard. Why can't I beat them? I don't understand. So, thank you. This playthrough I'm selling everything because fuck it, but normally I'm Mr. No, I actually have to buy 4 of everything, but fucking no one wants to watch that shit. I like to have enough of everything to equip on everyone. I'm the kind of guy who plays Final Fantasy VII and runs out of materia slots. Huh? There are 2 white magic shops? There's a Copper Arbor and Marsh Cave, so you don't have to use your guild to buy another one. Okay, thank you. So, my thought process in buying this kind of stuff is almost always, well, I can just walk around for forever and fucking level up so I can eventually buy everything. So you said that there were ogres around here, so I'm just gonna wander around and battle a little bit. I don't know why I thought that Elfheim was like a step past where I was. Otherwise I would have come here and started leveling first. Oops. Here lies Link. Yeah, actually, you know what? I meant to check that gravestone in this one. I forgot what, I believe it was the PSP one, they changed it. And I wanted to know if they changed it back or if it still says that in the remakes. I always thought that that was extremely funny. I don't, do you know by chance if that was also in the Japanese version or if it was just a fun little nod in the Americanization? I don't know, honestly. That was a Broviel's reply. Let's find out. It's a gravestone. It's a gravestone. Here lies Link. Okay, cool. I know that, like, lots of companies can be scared of stuff like that, and it's like, those things are legendary at this point. Every little Easter egg that you remove from a remake makes it less of what we came here for. Such a silly, snide remark where it's like, if it was in the original game and the original creators put it there, I can't imagine how, like, funny they must have thought they were being, or ambitious, actually. Because, you know, I heard the rumor was eventually, like, put out that wasn't the idea of it. But back in the day when it came to light that Final Fantasy was probably going to be the last game that Squaresoft ever made, and that the rumor was that's why it was called Final Fantasy. It was their last shot, and if they didn't achieve this, they weren't going to make it as a game company. And what I always thought was a cool thing about that was that you do that, and then you write "Here lies Link" on a gravestone, as if to say, like, yeah, this is almost a way of saying, like, this game will edge Zelda out, or something like that. Maybe it was just the way my mind was thinking about it when I was young, but I was like, that's a little cocky, and then continued to play and was like, maybe. So this might be a little bit of a weird thing to dive into, but by any chance do you play any of the, like, free-to-play Final Fantasy games, or have you any of the ones that used to exist? Never. Now, being perfectly honest, I think that the concept of free-to-play games, the way that they currently exist, are like a plague upon our society. I think that randomly generated loot boxes and things like that, where it's like, I thought DLC was predatory enough back when I bought my first fucking suit of horse armor in Oblivion, and was like, wait, what the hell? This is all that I got? Like, up to that point, all the DLC that I bought for any games had been full standalone story packs or massive expansions or stuff like that. I think horse armor is where it all started, and from there it evolved to this gross thing of, like, loot boxes and gashapon play style and all of that stuff, where it's like, you don't even know what you're paying for, and maybe it'll help you, but maybe it probably also might not. The few free-to-play games that I have played in my time, I've never sunk a single dollar into that was my own money. I use an Android phone, and there's a program called Google Opinion Rewards, where basically they track your location, blah-de-blah, and ask you questions based on places that you've been, and then toss you a few cents here and there in Google credit, and you can use that for whatever you want on the store. So that's the only way that I'd ever pump money into these games at all. Just build up $15 worth of Google Play credit and then toss it at a gashapon machine, but never any real money. It heard me talking and was like, thrifty spender, achievement unlocked. why did I even bring it up? A lot of gacha games tend to build communities, though. Working as a gacha artist tend to be more profitable. Yeah, man, it's a real hard thing for me to, like... I don't hate the people that work on it at those levels. I definitely can't hate the artists in that. And yeah, it is cool for your little, like, sprite battle games and stuff like that. This guy just created one cool piece of pixel art, and that's someone's favorite character forever. Someone's, like, they're going to keep playing with that character for the rest of their lives or whatever. That is a neat aspect of it. But, what I was going to say was Final Fantasy Record Keeper was one that I actually delved into. Again, never spent a cent on it, but like I loved it. I played it daily, tried to make sure all the daily quests were completed and all of that kind of stuff. It was essentially every Final Fantasy game boiled down to the most simplistic, like, ATB system. And you could collect characters from every Final Fantasy game. Most of the characters you could get through, like, normal means and stuff like that instead of paying. But weapons and spells and stuff like that were the gacha system, where it was like, oh, so I gotta get 50 copies of this sword to upgrade it to the next one, and that annoying stuff. The amount of artists in Fire Emblem Heroes and how they interact with the community honestly can't be replicated in any other way. You know, Fire Emblem Heroes was one that I dove into headfirst when it came out, too. It wasn't until... I want to say I reached the end of the... like... I know in the first chapter, the size of the battles, how small they were, and how constricting everything felt, was so, like, ugh, to me. And then, like, as I got a bit further and stuff expanded out, it was really cool. But I hit a point where the characters that I had, being upgraded with the materials that I had, were definitely not equating to me being able to play the game. I definitely saw and hit the paywall super hard and relatively fast on that one compared to what I was used to. Now, that said, I loved Final Fantasy's Fire Emblem's character art, and like the thought of being able to interact with the like artistic community that works on those games, to be able to be like, dude, that's my favorite character that you drew. Holy crap. And they're like, oh, I'm releasing it. I have a new exciting one coming up soon. And like just being able to be part of that hype, that'll be really, really cool. But what I was going to say about the Record Keeper. So they did every Final Fantasy character for even most of the spin-offs as 16-bit sprite art. And I thought they looked phenomenal. And they announced this game, and like, I guess the YouTube quality or the size of the image that I was seeing for the trailer for the Pixel remasters, I thought it was like almost the exact same art style, even if it wasn't perfectly the same. And like, they used additional colors and stuff that wouldn't have been accessible on a Super Nintendo to make Record Keeper, but to make these Pixel Masters, they used way more gradients instead of trying to make details and stuff like that. So it is different, and it looks cheaper to me. It looks more corporate in a way. So like, I don't know, I guess there's some good things to be found out of them, but also some bad things. Like, I feel like if they didn't use those designs already, maybe I could have had those character designs. If you're familiar with the Spriters resource, go there and look up Final Fantasy Record Keeper for the Android phone, or I think it'll just be under mobile. I don't think you have to look up Android. But you can see what I mean. There's so much more little detail in those tiny little dots. Okay. I didn't think so. I went into the city while talking and trying to clean up after one of my dogs, and didn't heal anyone or do anything worthwhile. So where do the artists interact with the people in the community? Like, is it a Twitter thing? Is it like, do they have an actual website set up for it? Yeah, mostly Twitter. I was, as weird as it's going to sound, I was almost hoping that it was something a bit more clean, like a website that they set up or something, just because I can already hear all of the idiots asking for nudes of this character or stuff like that, and the other side fighting against it, and like if it would even matter and stuff like that. It scares me a bit just because the internet, you know. Also, I'd probably be one of the guys out there like, Camilla, please, all of the Camilla, just keep drawing Camilla, all of you artists together, draw Camilla, and Tarja, please, Tarja also, Tarja and Camilla. Major Tarja stan here. I would totally be the dude like, yes, experiment on me and just fucking let her cast whatever on me. So Fire Emblem Permadeath, are you generally okay with it? Or are you like me and gotta redo it until everyone survives? Okay, Luna, hush. I'm right here, shut up. Depends on what kind of run. I wish I was more like that. I wish I played these games more creatively than I do. I'd probably be better at them. You definitely tend to figure out more things, I think. But, I guess I'm a creature of habit. Get your butt out of my face, cat. I did a four white mage run in high school, by the way, and hated myself for the amount of time that I spent on it. It was on the Dawn of Souls remake.
The prince has slept under Astos' curse for 5 years now. There must be a concoction that can rouse one who sleeps so, but where?
The Dark Elf King Astos stole into the castle and placed a curse on our prince. Whoop. then Astos carted away the castle's treasures. Astos' curse has put our prince into a deep sleep from which he cannot awake. Please, will you not aid our slumbering prince? The exact same thing. The dwarves live in a cave on the western edge of the Aldean Sea. They're a friendly bunch. That's something you definitely can't say they ripped from fucking D&D. The elves and dwarves. Like, no, there's supposed to be canonically racism there. Yeah, I was just gonna run around and talk to someone else anyway, it didn't matter. Might be random, but have you ever played World Ends With You on the DS? I was trying to think of DS games that perpetually stayed on me or in my system, and yeah, I was big into everything, so yeah, things like Nintendogs and that came up, but when I was thinking of unique RPGs that I didn't want to end, The World Ends With You, I don't think I beat it till I played one of the shitty remakes, because I heard many things about that game, but never played it, I guess. It definitely has one of the most unique battle systems that I've ever played in a game. And I feel like, again, the DS was the only real way of capturing it, because on any other system, you don't have your buttons and a touchscreen right there. You have access to one and not the other, or access to not one at all. Like, if you're playing World Ends With You on a system without a touchscreen, there's just nothing you can, like, use the D-pad for all the touchscreen related stuff, and that's not optimal. But, as far as unique battle systems with really good gameplay, oh man, I'd rate World Ends With You, it's top notch. And I guess probably since Final Fantasy VII, I've always had a thing, for Tetsuya Nomura's character design. Yeah, everyone's spindly and skinny and wears too many belts, but my favorite RPG series are Shin Megami Tensei and Pokemon as far as my search for gems go. Yeah, Pokemon was a funny story for me. I'll start with Pokemon. The first time that Nintendo Power ever had a little blurb about it, it was like, here's what's coming up in Japan. And it was like, it wasn't a whole article. It wasn't like a massive preview. It was just like 2 screenshots. One that showed a character walking around the town, and one that showed the battle screen. I immediately was hooked. I had to fucking play this game, and I wanted to know everything about it. The Game Boy camera I had gotten that summer for my birthday had little stickers that you could put on photos that had Pikachu, Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle. And I want to say Mew was there, and it was a really weird depiction of Mew. And I knew, like, hey, that's Pikachu. I know him. They talked about him. And, like, I remember printing so many little pictures using that. And Pokemon was such a big thing to me. When it took the world over, I had no idea what the fuck was going on. Because, like, I had been playing RPGs, you know, fighting monsters and stuff with numbers for years and been called a dork for it and had to physically fight people about it and dumb shit like that, because it's like early 90s and being the nerd and looking like the nerd just puts you on everyone's radar. And just buy a lot of potions and at no point do I think I'm not ready for anything. It's more like I do something. The name of it I can't use, so I'll just call it B leveling, where a certain person who is very important to me once upon a time used to just spend hours walking around leveling for the catharsis of walking around and leveling. I have an addiction to that feeling. So yeah, I'll get on with the game here. What I was gonna say was so yeah, when everyone's playing this game now, where all these monsters are like throwing around rascal and sleeping bag can be used in the field. Okay. I'll take these and these and these. One of these. Okay. When everyone started playing it, and it was a normal thing, and do I have enough money for Poisona? Did I fuck myself? I did fuck myself. 2,500? Jesus Christ. Oh, level 4 spells. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, and then as time goes on, everything I love just became a little bit more mainstream, and I got a little bit less shit over it. And it's cool, but there's also a feeling of like, I want to go back and have made the argument, like, you know, it's just like playing a fucking Final Fantasy game. The only difference is you catch half of your cast members, so there's no like story to anyone but yourself. But like, you're not good enough with words back in the day to be able to state that. Oh shit. Going for all that in Astos' castle and then some later. Okay. Fuck. Anyway, what I was gonna say was, so there comes almost a feeling of like rage, where I continued to play Pokemon for forever, but it always felt like, this is mine. You guys don't deserve it. And it's only like recent years where I've been like, no, the whole point of Pokemon is literally that everyone can enjoy it. Fucking, where everybody else had been gatekeeping like everything from me, and I felt that in response I needed to gatekeep Pokemon from them. Really dumb, but... And then Shin Megami Tensei. My love of that game is so massive, and I didn't start playing it in earnest until part 4 for the 3DS. And like, as far as I'm concerned, in my life and the way that things went, that was like, I can't believe I sinned by not playing it so much further. Back when I had emulators and that in high school, I definitely tinkered with them a bit, but the first person view in the areas and that immediately put me off, because when you're going through like a town and every area looks the same, I just couldn't. I had trouble remembering where I was. I'm getting lost in like all of these places, drawing maps, and I was bad at maps and didn't have grid paper, so all my maps sucked. But 4, because like you're not running around in that first person, everything looks the same Etrian Odyssey type style. I guess it'd be more proper to say Shin Megami Tensei style, right? Since that one was first. But since it wasn't moving around like that, I could actually enjoy it. And the aspects of catching the monsters and fusing them together and them learning different attacks and you being able to fuse to get different monsters that had attacks that they normally couldn't. Everything about it, it's so complex. And like the push battle system where it's like the more damage that you're doing, the more momentum that you get to go through the battles. It really speaks to me. I really enjoyed it a lot. I hope to return to the series. I have for Apocalypse and literally never opened it. And I'm really, like, upset that I can never find the time for it. I work almost 80 hours a week. This Final Fantasy excursion of mine is literally because I have to take a week off from work every year for my vacation. And this year was like, fuck it, I'll do it when Final Fantasy comes out, and I'll play. I'll get to play it as long as I like. Have you played the 5th game? I have not yet. I've played all of the Personas so far, but no, I have not played the 5th one yet. Do I want to? Fuck the fuck yes. Money's always kind of strapped, even though I'm working all the time and all that shit. So what it always comes down to is, do I have enough to sustain my life? If the answer is yes, then did I put some money in savings? If the answer is yes, then is there something... What it normally boils down to first is there something old that I need to re-get first? If that answer is yes, that normally happens first. So I'm rebuying the old Pokemon game that I had to sell when something went bad or something like that. And then after that, finally I'll get to the newer stuff where it's like, does this game look cool? And since the last time that I actually made it to that part of the flowchart, the fucking list of does this new game look cool has grown 100-fold. Oh, these guys are strong against physical attacks. Fifth game, what was that for? Was that Switch or am I wrong? Switch exclusive, surprisingly. Yeah, I felt the same way about 4. When 4 dropped, and like, yes, it was like made to be on the 3DS, where like these mechanics wouldn't have worked, or they would have, but it would have been shoehorned onto anything else since it was built from the top down to use the 2 screens. I thought that Shin Megami Tensei having a place on Nintendo was an extremely cool thing, considering how like mature it is, you know, and both in theme and just generally all of these monsters that you're using are ripped straight out of mythology for the most part, and lore and stuff like that. You have a few that are like, okay, let's talk about Mara. He's a giant dick monster on a cart from Buddhist lore, and it's like, how odd that this personification of the human id that's a pile of dicks is only on a Nintendo system, one that's generally assumed to be for children and young teenagers. And I was always like when Resident Evil 4 dropped on when Resident Evil 4 dropped on the GameCube, I was like, yes, every kiddie system needs a game like that at launch almost, so that companies can realize, feck, that it's more on them if mature games don't come out. Like, don't say you don't want to put a game out on that because it's a system for kids. It's a system for kids because you didn't want to put a game out on it. I know I probably don't need to. I could probably make it through this without my red mage. I'm doing the safer thing, running back, reviving. Hopefully this time I can afford to buy a Phoenix down to carry with me just in case. But anyway, back to the topic of Shin Megami Tensei 5. I have always felt that at least slightly the plots of the SMT games are a bit too similar, where it's like, it's almost not even an homage or a retelling. To me, like, I don't know. To be fair, I didn't play Nocturne. I only played 1 and 2 on the Super Nintendo, and then a bunch of spin-offs. So it could be that I'm not familiar with enough of the series to have an actual opinion. But what I was going to say was that I'm very curious as to what the story does in 5. It'll be a billion ages, and I will have forgotten by then before I actually get to play it. So if you want to regale me a little bit about it and what makes it unique in the universe, I'd be very interested. Most people hate the story. Huh. It's weird, and I wonder why. Like, it's such a unique world that what could be wrong with the story? Oh no. That was a very pretty fire animation. I was actually excited for Apocalypse. The whole idea of being able to side with either Yahweh or I want to say the other character was Satan, and like choosing your own path or taking them both out. it seemed like yes, just let me be part of the sacrilege already. Let's see, where am I supposed to? I can go down here. One of my favorite things about the Final Fantasy series has always been, hey, yeah, let's go kill a god. And discovering that Shin Megami Tensei is literally, no, let's go kill a god. Or let's go Pokemon catch a god. Just offer this god some things and he'll come join our party and fight like a Pokemon. I love it so fucking much. And this fucking poison animation thing is so painful. So, like I said, you can do spoilers if you want. What is the one major thing that everyone hates about the story? Because I have no idea what the story is even about. That sucks. So let's go buy way more antidotes. Well, I went way further than I needed to. I think is the Hell Light On story overall. Oh, okay, so there's just not a lot of story involved. That can be a problem, especially with I think one of the best things about Shin Megami Tensei was, 4 at least for me, was seeing all the different factions and how the people acted, and basically like it was a bunch of people living the Walking Dead in a world where gods and demons existed, and it was really cool to me. Okay, you said I'll be finding one of these in the thing, so I'll buy one of them. And I'll equip it to Zephyr, who keeps dying. There we go. But yeah, I could definitely see being upset, especially like, I would imagine the gameplay is very similar to how it was in previous iterations, even if not exactly the same. So yes, it is a game that if it's light on story, I could definitely see being upset over. Going back earlier to the Gacha games and all that, I actually played the hell out of the Shin Megami Tensei. I want to say it was called DX2 or something for the phone. I had a very fun time with it. When it launched, I was under the impression that it was going to be Shin Megami Tensei but Pokemon Go style. Because it will randomly let you know where demons are located when you're nearby, and when you catch them or, talk to them, coerce them into joining your team, it does let you AR them, like, into wherever you are, and you could, like, take pictures and stuff like that. So it was really cool. Seeing the screenshots, I thought I'd be, like, walking through the city and see it, but it's really just, like, a time type thing or an area type thing. So it wasn't that cool. The main reason why I stopped playing it had nothing to do with any of those problems. The main reason why I stopped playing it was because the AR feature and the fact that all of your creatures were 3D models and stuff like that made my phone super fucking hot, and like my battery would wear out fucking horrendously, so I just had to give it up if I wanted to maintain phone battery throughout the day. And it's definitely another gashapon, hoping you pull the right monster this time. Oh, you got the right monster, but it doesn't have the right attack equipped, so better hope you pull it next time. And I never invest too heavily in those games. Too many of them went defunct on me. I couldn't shut the fuck up earlier about Records Keeper for the phone and like how much I was in love with that game. And one thing that I didn't mention that I probably should have from the get-go is that you can't play it anymore. Had I have spent money on it, I would be so mad because there is no way to play it. There's no emulating it. There's no... because it's a live service game and the server went down. So it's just simple as that. Andrew, you can't have this anymore. And I was, while I didn't pay any actual money for it, I was heavily invested in it. Like, I loved every time they announced that a new game was coming to it so that there would be new characters from it. I grinded until I collected every character and would try to play till I got like all the weapons that gave the good limit breaks and stuff like that too. But you could never collect them all without throwing actual cash at it. That was just impossible. So, yeah, when they announced that it was closing down and they were like, if you made any purchases in the last 3 months, we'll refund it. I knew that was always a possibility, but that was the first live service game that dropped out, and I was like, thanks. You created a hole in my life where there wasn't one once. The second one, and probably the last one that I'll let do that to me, would have to be Final Fantasy VII: The First Soldier. It was just Fortnite that took place in Final Fantasy. Like, I'm not, what's the word? I'm under no illusion that it was some kind of fantastic new idea or anything like that, because that's all that it was Fortnite with a pretty Final Fantasy skin. But I had so much fun with it, and like being able to fling spells while shooting people, being able to play in a Final Fantasy world, play a first-person shooter in a Final Fantasy world, where shooting made sense too, because they're all candidates for soldier. It was really neat for me, and like the locations and that you would airdrop into were like as based off of the actual maps as they could be, where you had all of these like really cool locations, and you could run from Sector 6 to Sector 7 and like know the way because you knew the game. And I thought that was really neat. And then like a year after it launched, they took it down, and it was pretty much absolutely just a waste of my time. Just a long, extended waste of my time. Yeah, you're right. Hello. You attack. Okay. You attack him. You invis yourself. You attack him. So that's something I guess I'll touch on. I'm big on physical copies of games. I'm big on paying for something and owning it and getting to play it when I want. My brain's always telling me, like, someday society will collapse. And I have solar panels and stuff like that. I'm trying to save up for, like, one of those... Jesus, fuck. This might suck a bit. Trying to save up for one of those big old wall batteries that the solar panels can actually feed into. My intent is... So, I used to as well, but I quit very early. Yeah, and I don't blame you. Stuff takes up a lot of room really fast. But something about the idea that if Sony goes defunct, and I know that that's probably a dumb thing to say because they're such a massive corporation, but it does happen, and all of these servers go down. If they decide to one day just take back my license on this Final Fantasy game that I'm playing, this is a digital copy on the PS5, they could do that. They could just completely do that. And in some ways, stuff like this has happened. Any purchases that I made on the DSiWare shop, for instance, on the DS, are defunct. I might as well have not made them, because I don't own a DSi that had all that stuff downloaded, and now all of those servers are down. So there's just no way ever to achieve those purchases. And so owning physical media is big for me. Also, like I was about to say, sorry that I read your thing, the ever-looming collapse of society convinces me that someday I will need, like, my own setup of shit, because fuck everything else going on in the world. I don't know what I will do without my digital escapes when the world collapses. I have a library, I have a lot of books, but books read the same way every time. Video games you can always play it a little bit differently. You can always experience it a bit differently. And it's also like a conglomerate of art as well. I feel the same way that I do about video games that I do with movies, where it's like this is a book is a written form of art, but a video game contains gameplay, contains sounds, contains music, contains images that people drew. All of it combines together to make, like, basically the ultimate art form. And it's interactive, so it keeps you engaged. Fuck. I think I need to start just making my way through this cave already. Quit fucking around. I'll just have him attack. Invis yourself, because you're just going to keep dying. Attack. You're going to temper yourself so you can attack next time. Oh. That went well. No. I'm not doing it. Oof. See what happens when you take the coward's way out? You get stabbed in the back. I shouldn't have done the second heal. That was an OCD thing. He saw the fireball coming and was like, no, 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 no. Oops. Hey, Phoenix down. Here's a random question. What's your idea on the thought of, like, why is there ever a permadeath in Final Fantasy when they got all these Phoenix downs? I know the general argument and consensus is that, well, they're not really dead, they're just knocked out. But, I don't know, man. 0 HP sounds pretty dead to me. Fuck. Really, I should just start doing the fighting because running from these gargoyles... Wait a minute. Okay. I was about to say, if this is one of the versions that has back row, I'm gonna be so mad at myself. Shit. So what I was getting at was like in, let's see, in 7 you had Ares dying and it was like, why didn't he just use the Phoenix down? And then like, before that even, you had Palom and Porum who was like, well, why didn't they just use a gold needle on him and stuff like that. I do always think it's funny when like, there's an obvious thing in your universe that would stop this from happening, but you chose not to do it for story reasons. I'd always like it better if there was a reason why. Like, when I was young, I had this headcanon that Sephiroth's mass immune, you just couldn't, no one could be revived from a slash from the mass immune, and it made it okay in my head. Whereas permadeath only works if you have many replaceable party members. Well, yeah, I meant more in terms of. I do agree with that. I wasn't saying that like Phoenix Down shouldn't exist. If anything, I was saying the opposite. That it's hard for me to accept story deaths when it's hard for me to accept deaths that are part of the story when there's items that could stop death that are readily available. So there's a building style game. Think of it as a 2D version of Minecraft called Terraria, where essentially your character looks like one of the... Basically, I'm just going to be going through the potions now as I get them. Your characters look like Final Fantasy Super Nintendo sprites, and like when you equip stuff, it shows up on your character and stuff like that. I really like the game. I really love any game where you equip stuff and it shows you equipping the stuff. I understand that that's difficult for all form and manner of reasons, and yes, I love that game, especially the Calamity mod. I have no idea what that is, but that does sound cool. I think that the last major update they did before they started trying to make spin-offs and everything else is where I left off on Terraria. But what I was going to say was the whole equipping stuff and like it making your character look unique. Terraria does it excellently, and I wish that more sprite games would, because my ideal game in my brain is like a cross between a Fire Emblem and a Final Fantasy, where like you have this huge party, and like it can be made up of people, NPCs that don't even matter, and what happens is you equipping stuff on them, you choosing which like paths they go down and stuff is what makes them unique, as opposed to pre-written story as far as that kind of stuff goes. So that you could have almost like an ever-rotating... Oh shit, she did. Ever-rotating cast of characters, ever-changing cast of characters, and the story could still continue on. And like the uniqueness of the characters comes from what you choose to do with them. I always thought that would be a really neat take at it. Oh, I guess I should maybe mention this YouTube channel wasn't just like made for streaming. Actually, I make little games and stuff off to the side. Nothing's been released yet or anything, but FerretHallStudios is actually started as the name of my game studio. I make games using NES Maker and GB Studio mostly. I am fucking dying because I'm not paying attention. Alright. Yes, oh yeah. I get this extremely odd feeling. I'm gonna... Fuck. Hey, I found that other copper armlet you were talking about. Shit. I don't remember where I came from, and I'm just gonna keep dying. I should have gotten more potions before I came here, is what it is. Oops. And I'm dead. And I think it's been a while. That's where I was kind of heading. Oh, holy shit. This game has autosaves, so I can just tag back in. I was really prepared to just do everything over from like before the March Cave when I last saved. But okay, this is cool. Yeah, not everyone's dead yet. I am still low on potions. Oh shit. See, now normally I'd be so OP at this point that, like, none of these battles would even faze me. And I'm definitely not saying that that makes me any kind of a better player or anything like that. I'm fairly certain it makes me a far worse player. But I will say that that's what I like about Final Fantasy games, is the fact that you can take on the challenge or you can just dedicate the time. Here's something that's funny. It just saved my bacon, and I have no idea how I actually feel about the fact that I just had my bacon saved by an autosave. Because I'm like, yeah, that's definitely a quality of life improvement, but also part of the thrill and challenge of these games was, oh fuck, when did I last save it? But yeah, I guess that is something that, like, that fear was only present because of the limitation. The third vertical row has the treasure. Third vertical row. Okay, so that's first, and that's the second. Then this should be... I hope that I'm following your directions correctly. Yep. Okay, cool. Bum, 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 bum. I guess I should reiterate that I don't know this or any other dungeon in any Final Fantasy for that matter by heart. There's never been one Final Fantasy other than 7 that I played so much that was like, oh, I know everything about this one. So, like, yeah, I'm probably gonna keep walking into all of the rooms that had nothing in them as I try to find my way out through here. What I meant is the row below you. Oh, okay. I thought you were telling me where to grab the copper armlet. I don't know why I'm... See, this is me not paying attention. I'm looking over at my cat who's being adorable. I was just spamming attack on the green ooze for 11 billion years when I know that does, like, next to nothing. Ugh. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, buh, 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 Spoil. Hello, random third person that keeps popping in and disappearing. Make yourself known in the chat. Ah! Poisoned. Potion. Well. No. No. Just let us flee, damn you. Really? Okay, fuck you guys. Oh, I do have a potion. Okay. Shit. I'm doing worse this time than last time. These fucking scorpions are just straight up owning my ass. Ugh. Okay, this attempt's bust. Why did I survive that? Just someone kill me. Blech. Blech. Okay, I'm going to restart from here and this time run straight to get the copper armlet, then go to the row below that. But first, I'm realizing that it's 10:36 and I haven't eaten anything, so I'm going to be taking a short break. If you decide to leave, it's been a pleasure, Brovio. I've definitely enjoyed this, having my first audience member here today. So thank you very much. And if you are here when I get back, then I'll continue onward. Thank you. Okay, and I'm back. Let's see. The route is Matoya's Eye, Tonic, Mystic Key, or am I confused? No, it's King's Crown, Matoya's Eye, Tonic, Mystic Key. Yeah, the second one's right. You get the King's Crown for defeating Astos in this one. I'm doing something that I almost never do, and excuse me, I am looking at my PSP guide to Final Fantasy 1. I don't like that it doesn't have maps. Oh, I lied, it does have maps. Okay, they're just in a different area. Okay. Alright, now I see what you're talking about. The crown is in that area. Yep, okay, alright. So, third row down, second column, has the crown and the Pisco demons that I'll have to slay. Yeah, okay. You can try grinding with Thundara. Yeah. I think I will, yeah. I'm gonna head straight to that chest and just start beating the shit out of Pisco demons. I think that down here right now, this is the worst spawn that I can get. The bunch of whites and everything is bad, but the gargoyles are just a pain in my ass. Boy, I wish some of these bad guys would fucking succeed with their fleeing. Ah. Damn it. Try to get the Mystic Key as soon as possible so you have access to the grinding area. Okie doke. This is the biggest asshole gonna run away. Bastard. Move. I think they removed trap tiles. Yeah, because the monsters didn't pop out till I opened the box. Yeah, I thought the same thing. Oh, well, fuck. That's fine. Tell you what, I'm just gonna run the fuck out of this cave, hopefully. I got what I came here for. I will return when I have the Mystic Key. Yeah, rest in peace, grinding spot. I agree. It sucks sometimes. Something as simple as changing the system so that there wasn't one spot to step on to keep fighting the monsters can change the entire way that you play a game. So my cat that dropped a glass of water earlier just stole a piece of bread off the top of my sandwich and is running off with it. Hey, knock it off. Bum, bum, bum. So I always thought that tents as a usable item was kind of weird because, like, you don't just use a tent once and then it's destroyed. But probably the weirdest thing is the fact that you have an item called a cottage, and you use this cottage, which is a massive log building, one time and then throw it away. I can't help but think maybe the economy in Final Fantasy is a little bit fucked. Oh yeah. Bum, 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 ba-bum, 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 bum, bum, ba-bum. Well, I'm definitely having no trouble finding the groups of ogres now. I should have stomped around this area more like you said first. Yep. Believe it or not, that's one of the things I didn't forget. Oh, okay. That's fine. Oh wait, Astos is at the Western Keep, so it's a different area. Damn it, dudes. Oh, those scorpions alone were so fucking unfair. Oh, I'll probably be turning right back around for the fucking town. Yep. Jesus. Oh, hey, somebody who died who wasn't... Somebody died who wasn't my white mage or black mage, so at least there's that. Nope. I'd be spending twice the money. Gotta... Here we go. 200. Can I even afford to sleep at the end? It said preemptive strike. I was like certain that it said ambush, and I was like, God fucking damn it. I'm about to die again. So I'm currently, I think I said earlier, on a 9-day vacation from work. 2 weekends sandwiched around a 5-day off. Oh, that music's so beautiful. Anyway, before I start this, and I just got a text from work. They're already trying to encroach on that, and asked me if I could start anytime before my last day ends. And I'm just like, no matter how good your job is to you, the better you are at your job, in my life anyway, it seems like the more toxic the relationship with your work will become. I specifically said that I wanted these 9 days. The idea originally was supposed to be that I was going to start my vacation the day that Final Fantasy XVI launched and have the full 9 days to play the ever-loving shit out of it as much as I wanted. And first they told me that I couldn't have those specific days, even though I asked for them months in advance, because my position requires me to be at work at the last 2 days of every month to make sure that inventory is done. And I was like, trying to figure out a way to get someone else to do it, because I wanted my vacation where I wanted my vacation, and it's unfair that I'm the only one in our store who has specific times monthly where I couldn't have the day off even if I needed it. But I accepted that. I moved my vacation 2 days earlier, so that the first 2 days I'm not able to enjoy my game, but at least like the last week, I'll have 7 days straight. If I can't beat it in 7 days, then I guess that's on me. But now they're asking me if I want to cut my vacation short. At the beginning of the day, they were asking me if I wanted to cut it short by 1 day. Now they're asking me if I want to cut it short by 2 days. And, fuck, man. I don't want to. Even if it is time and a half, since it'll be on top of my vacation hours. I bike 6.5 miles to work every day, 6.5 miles back. I'm exhausted when I get home, and when I get home, I have to shower up and get ready for my tech support job, which is 4 hours after that. And then I have to be prepared to wake up and do it all over again. And I understand we have, like, no one working at the store. It's hard to keep people employed, especially for a McDonald's wage. No matter how high they raise it, the rest of the country sees that as the base, the absolute bottom. So no matter how much you're making, it'll proportionally never be the right amount so that you can survive. And it's killing me, and I fucking needed this time off, and now they're trying to cut into it. And my immediate response, even though I'm saying all of this right now, is to tell them yes, because I need the hours and I need the money. But I've been looking forward to this vacation since January, when they announced the release date for 16. So I'm playing while making hard decisions. I am Astos, king of the dark elves. With the combined power of the crown you now hold and the crystal eye I already possess, I will become the true Elf King. So, why didn't Astos wait till we handed it to him? I don't know. It is useless to resist me. I can take what is mine by sheer force. Well, that's not fair. Dude, horse shit. You better fucking miss. No, fuck off. Okay, well, that was largely uneventful, other than the fact that he killed my red mage immediately. I really don't remember Astos casting death. I'm certain it's always been a thing, but shit, I don't remember that. Oh yeah, 690 gil for one fight's not bad at all. Just go through all the shops, make sure everyone's equipped at the max. I know I'll get another one, but huh? Oh Christ, Victor's here. Jesus fuck. Oh, it's more than a Nuzlocke run, actually. I'm doing a no Pokemon run. My team is composed entirely of people. I know it sounds fucking nuts, but like, I'm making actual progress here. So Vic, they're trying to tell me that my 5 days paid vacation can only be attached to one of my weekends. So that basically I lose a weekend. Like, I get paid for the days, but next week I don't also get the 2 days off for next week. Which, like, dude, I kind of get it because McDonald's, but also, and actually, you're wrong. I have the HP of these people hooked up to life support machines, so every time that one of them dies, somebody dies in a hotel room. Hospital room. A hotel room in a hospital. A hospital room in a hotel.
Baby, you can come over whenever you like.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not joking when I say I had no further plans than to just play Final Fantasy till my eyes bled over this vacation of mine. So... Also, is that your way of saying that, like, you won't be over Thursday? Is Friday your new day? If so, that'll suck, because that's like my fucking Monday most weeks. Yeah, this Friday it'll be fine. Next Friday, I don't know. We'll see, but I'll be getting home late and I'll be working early the next morning. And I'll have fucking work that night too. Life makes me want to cry a lot more often recently. Hungry for food? That sounds stupid. Who the fuck's hungry for food? I'm hungry for ass. I'm hungry for money. I'm hungry for winning the game. I've never been hungry for food. I eat for the pleasure of eating and no other reason. I've never been hungry in my life. horseshit. I was hungry like an hour ago. I ate more of those, like, vegan chicken patties and almost had to force them down. I'm almost done. I'm almost done, and then I can just have fresh and frozen fruits and vegetables. But Jesus fuck Christ, man. So much fucking fake chicken. Like, even now, my breathing feels like... That's fine. Take your time. It's not exactly like I'm gonna get sidetracked with someone else's conversation or something. I had a great guy named Abroviel here a little while ago. It seemed like a pretty big Final Fantasy, Shin Megami Tensei, and Pokemon fan. He was helping me through some of these parts because I'm rusty as far as Final Fantasy 1 goes. And by rusty, I mean I was probably never good at this game. I just liked it because it was like, oh, this is where all the Final Fantasy came from. Oh, I can only afford one. You should check in your ass, Victor. They're probably between your butt cheeks. Deep, deep betwixt your butt cheeks. Bum, 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 bum. Victor went to get his earbuds and never returned. Uh-oh, is that Victor? Did he find his headphones? Or is it random new person who has yet to identify themselves in the chat? And this YouTube thing sucks, so I can't see the names of people. Okay, doesn't look like I'm missing any bad guys yet, so that's cool. Hey chat, I engage more if you engage with me. Kind of really fucking hate just talking to myself. Uh-oh. Is this Victor? Did he finally find his fucking earbuds? I guess not. Maybe perhaps just another random wanderer. Oh, I'm sorry. I just accidentally stuck my foot up my cat's ass because he's at the foot of the couch. So, another rando who doesn't seem to want to interact. I just want somebody to talk to, but nobody wants to talk to me. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Do 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 do. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Oh, yeah. Hey, what's up? Cool. Yeah, Friday I'll be fine. I'll still be here. I'll still be doing, like, nothing. If you were able to go back, I was actually doing the full, like, talking to him while he's streaming thing. It was fun. I felt like I was a person who does the YouTubes. Being delayed is funny. You could be saying so many stupid things. It's just you and the Lord. That's absolutely true. Except the Lord left like 2 hours ago. He told me he was just going to grab some Sonic, but I mean, I'm sure he's gotten in some other crazy shit since then. I mean, he's the Lord. So he could get into whatever he wanted to, technically. Now, I think that the craziest part is I'm playing this on PS5 right now, and I just have it broadcasting straight from the PS5. I'm not running it through the computer or anything. So, like, it gives me the watching in 2x, though. What does that have to do with anything? Oh, is there more of a delay because you're at an increased resolution or something? I don't know what you're saying. What I was going to say was that the comments appear on the TV. Oh, you must be on a massive delay if you're hearing all of that shit. It's going to be... You paused it. Fuck, dude. You're going to have forever before you hear, like, me responding to you. It's gonna be so crazy. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you to just click live. I went back and watched a few parts of the stream. Okay, alright. Well, if you end up close to where I am, then that'd be fun. Responding to you watching stuff way in the past would have fucked me up. Oh, watching in 2 times speed. Okay, alright. Now I get how that changes it. That makes sense. Yeah, it was crazy. I could be saying absolutely anything. Random monkey banana nipples. Caught up in about 7 minutes. Jesus fuck. Why would you want to watch 7 minutes of that dead air garbage? Oh my god. I can only imagine how hilarious my voice sounds in 2 times. I'm probably speaking at the right speed finally, though. I always feel like I'm talking like this. Howdy, partner. Yeah, since you're coming in late, I'll just regale you with what's happened so far. The four warriors of light magically appear at the kingdom of Corneria for just to fulfill a prophecy. Nobody knows where they came from, not even we do, and we don't speak. We're silent protagonists, so who knows? We each have a shining, sparky crystal, and because of this, the king immediately sent us on a quest to save the princess who was kidnapped by some creepy knight named Garland, who kidnapped her and took her to an abandoned castle really close to the main castle, which is always kind of weird to me. Anyway, you beat the fuck out of Garland, kill him, and take the princess back to the king. From there, I went to Matoya's cave, who was a witch who was complaining that she was missing an eyeball. From there, I went to the marsh cave, from there I went to Elfheim, where the king's disappeared and the prince has been sleeping. Somebody named Astos put a curse on him, and so I went to the marsh cave after that and found an ancient crown, which I took to the king in quotation marks, because he's just some dude in another abandoned castle really close to the kingdom that he's watching. But anyway, you give him the crown and he's like, meh, I'm not the king at all. And he's fucking Astos, he's the bad guy who cursed the prince. You kill him, he drops Matoya's eye, which is the witch's eyeball, the crystal eyeball. And then when you give it back to her, she gives you the tonic to wake the prince up. So I am heading... What do you mean you'll be caught up in 8 minutes now? Are you watching it in 2 times or half time? You probably fucking paused it again, jackass. So yeah, I am just talking to myself. So anyway, I'm taking the Jolt tonic to their king. Just doing a little bit of light shopping. Or taking the Jolt tonic to the prince, I should say. Let's see, Fear and No Frost. You just said cat butt into the chat, and yeah, I literally like stretched my legs out on my long couch and put my foot right up his butt, and he just like opened his eyes really wide and then went back to sleep. And I was like, oh shit, cat shit on my toes because my foot went up his butt. Gotta say, there was a lot of foot room in there. I wonder what Archie's nocturnal activities really are. You hear my replies now. Okay, well, testing, testing. Can you actually hear me? Oh, you're hearing my replies to the stuff that you said. Okay, so when you hear this, you'll be like, oh, I'm getting even closer to there. If by some crazy chance anybody ever sees this, what's happening here is that, oops. My buddy Vic is trying to recap all of the streaming I've done so far at 2x speed, which is like completely, absolutely useless. I don't know why he's doing it. There was no one else in the stream but him and one other dude like an hour or so before him. So, yes, it is finally fast enough. Fuck you, Victor. That was a comment about my voice. Yeah. And you just said your voice, that is. Yep. Any and every... Fuck you. Called me a slow hoe. I'm a very fast hoe. I get the job done. Smoke break, but I'm taking the remote and my phone outside so I could still reply to any replies. It's kind of funny. Just waiting for my buddy to catch up to me in time so that we could have a nice, wholesome conversation. Probably about dicks and whatnots. You just said this is one of the most interesting conversations we've ever had. Interesting because it's delayed like 7 minutes into the future. It's funny because the gap in time between my responses will keep getting shorter and shorter as you catch up to me. It's almost like a science experiment of some kind. Like, you got two people in a cave speaking using echoes, and it's like, how far are they into the conversation by the time the other person hears or whatever? I'm curious. Whoop. I'm curious as to how long I've been streaming so far. It's been like 4 hours, I think. Which, like, this is the longest of unconnected or of undisconnected internet that I've experienced and used in probably my adult life. It wasn't just like binging Netflix or something. Something where I'm actually actively using the internet, and it's like, yeah, I'm gonna stay up. Vic, I just wanted to say, I think this would work great if we just, like, bit Game Grumps format, but, like, you modded the chat and or vice versa, depending on what game it was, and just, literally just converse about anything. I hope I make it to that gap in time. Alright. It's like gravity, he said. Yeah, it's like some weird effect, like I'm being pulled into a wormhole. And since I'm traveling infinitely fast, the only way that you could catch up is by traveling infinity plus 1, and you're making it up to that speed. And when you get here, we can talk about things that aren't just how weird it is talking about a delay. Is this what it was like back in the day when, like, one person could only afford to send letters via post and the other person was sending them telegrams all the time? It was like, telegram guy was like 40 years ahead in the conversation, and letter guy was like, as per your first telegram... As per your second telegram. Oh shit, if you're that far, you are very close to catching up, kind sir. So I get the chats appearing on screen. I only want to talk about this. It's talking about the gravity talking effect. You should just forever come onto my streams like half an hour after I start and just catch up, and I'll only talk to you no matter how many people that I get on here, just so that everyone else is like, oh my god, what the fuck is going on? When I catch up, I'm going back to the beginning. It was funny until Abroville showed up. I was literally just like sitting here in silence, like do, occasionally humming to the music. I just did not know what to do with the dead air. I didn't think about the fact that anyone could like go back. Oh fuck, now I'm live and you sound so slow now. I told you. Victor's only going to be able to listen to me sped up 2 times now. When you come over to my house, everything that I say, I'm just going to have to record it and play it fast forwarded for you to be able to listen to. You know what? I think I can actually... There you go. Victor, you are now a managing moderator for my channel. You have been promoted. Your pay is quadrupled. This is the second worst thing that has ever happened to me. I'd assume the first is birth. I would have said birth and then hair loss, but you said it's the second worst thing that's happened to you. Oh yeah, now that you're here, I'll continue on with what actually goes on in the game. So I'm gonna go give the sleeping prince hair loss, sad face. It's okay, at least you do deserve hair, Victor. If I could share some of my long, luxurious locks with you, I wouldn't, but I would force someone else to share theirs. Yay! So the prince woke up and he gave me the mystic key. So basically what this key does is that there was all kinds of locked doors that I just couldn't enter before. And it was all like, this door is locked with the mystic key. And now I can go open them. So, loot-a-ho. Ahoy. Loot-a-ho. Loot-a-ho. Ooh, mithril hammer. Ooh, 800 gil. Ooh, 700 gil. It's going to fall back asleep when he hears how slow you talk. Fuck you. Just contain bronze gloves. So no one can wear the bronze gloves? It's fucking useless. So yeah, it shows your chats on the screen in the top right hand corner of the PS5. You guys can't see them while I'm playing, but I can see them. And what I was going to say was, I'd imagine if there's ever any more than like 3 people watching your stream, that it just turns into fucking nonsense. Because it's like hard for me to pay attention to one person in the chat in the corner every now and then. So I'm not able to monitor myself at all or anything. I'm using the PS5 controller microphone to speak. How does this sound? I'd imagine not great, and you probably hear all of my rapid button pressing. Mic is fine. Surprising. Cool though. I do still want to get a headset mic anyhow, but buttons aren't intrusive. That sounds like he can definitely still hear them, but they're not bothering that much. Which is okay. I guess having that little tactile click there makes it sound authentic. It's not high quality, but I'm pleasantly surprised. That's cool. Yeah, that's good then. I certainly don't want to throw a fucking stupid amount of money into just getting stuff for one system. So I want this... I can't always hear the buttons. Yeah, it's because whenever I'm aware, I'm trying to mush them and be quieter. And when I'm not, I'm like... That was a lot of button. I don't know if you heard that. They're kind of immersive. That's what I was thinking. When I hear Aaron playing on Game Grumps, and like it's a PS2 controller, and you hear the creak of the plastic, and you hear those mashy buttons, like that's part of it for me. Is like, oh man, they're actually playing. Like it's totally not on an emulator, because it's certainly that sounds like a PS2 controller. Maybe it's just because a PS5 controller doesn't sound... Hey, found me some nitro powder. Maybe it's because the sound of a PlayStation 5 controller isn't ingrained into me yet. But I can like recognize if a Super Nintendo controller or a PS2 controller are being used. No other systems, like I'm not that well versed on everything else, but it's like sitting in the room. Well, then I apologize in advance because it smells like I farted in here. Because I farted in here. I bet you could recognize a Genesis controller. I don't know. I had a Sega Genesis, like, growing up. That was one of the, like, 3 systems. I had a Nintendo, a Super Nintendo, and a Sega Genesis, all from the flea market, all from parents who were so distraught with their children playing video games that they, decided to sell them at the flea market for less than $20. That's how I got video game systems back in the day. Had to be at the flea market, had to be less than $20. And once with the Super Nintendo, my uncle made me convince this guy to sell me the like $150 Super Nintendo for $20, and it had to include a game if I was gonna get it, because he was like, I'm not having you sit around without a game staring at it, so we gotta go get you a game. So like I had to basically beg the guy for that fucking $20, or for that fucking game, like, and it was Hit the Ice, the shitty hockey game for Super Nintendo. My older brother loved it, but I fucking hated it. And like, just to get the fucking thing into my door. And I remember the guy looking at me, and I'm looking at him back like, I know, man, just come on. Anyway, out of all of those systems, the fucking Genesis got the absolute least play. He said never heard of it, and I don't know what he's talking about at the moment. God, this kid is sad. Yeah, exactly. No, I was literally like on the verge of tears, like I feel stupid asking you for this. Oh, okay, never heard of Hit the Ice. Yeah, so it was a hockey game. Think of any of your generic NHL hockey games, but it had that like gritty, almost like, it seemed like it was gonna be really violent. And then the fact of the matter was, like, because the characters look like beat-em-up characters. And fact was, whenever you approach someone, you could just press, I almost said triangle because of the system I'm playing. You could just press X, yeah, the top button, X, and it would initiate a fight, and it would be a one-on-one fist fight. Look like Rock'em Sock'em Robots, big-ass blocky character sprites that took up half the screen each, and you just beat the shit out of each other till, like, one of you loses, or the ref finally gets around to throw someone in a penalty box, which happened almost never. But yeah, I wasn't a fan of Hit the Ice. I wonder if I play it now, if I'll be like, oh my god, this is the sports game that gets me into all sports games. It has so much depth. You know, I think it was, I couldn't wrap my head around the controls was what it was. Which is why I'm wondering how good it is nowadays. Like, is it actually good? I know that the different skaters had different stats. So, like, if you engaged into a fight with one guy, it would be different than engaging into a fight with another guy. I don't know. I might have to, like, download that, or pretty sure it's one of the, like, few remaining sub $10 SNES games. Ugh, I got rid of my Super NT. At some point, I do want, like, another Super NT, but only if the rest of my... You were with me when I got rid of my Super NT. That was the first trip when I had to save the house. I already answered that. No, you saw it, and you were sad about it, and I was sad about it, and I said, let's not talk about it, because I knew that it would pull in a good price, and it did. It helped me a couple $100 on saving the house, so... That always comes first. I already had a long conversation about selling and fucking rebuying shit over and over. I have bad brain. It's bad. At least you have brain. My brain gone by. Long time. Forever, maybe. So in preparation for actually having this weekend off, having this vacation off, I did 2 weeks worth of college work, psychology, in like fucking 4 hours, almost right before I started this stream. And my brain was so fucking fried that, like, I think at the whole start of this stream, there's like a long portion at the very, very start where there's just absolutely nothing going on. It's because I was just like 100 yards staring at the screen, thinking of what else I needed to do. And there was literally nothing else to do but to play while I was waiting for other people to show up or whatever. And, yeah, it just didn't happen because I'd be like, oh yeah, I play the... Huh? What am I... Oh yeah, oh, Final Fantasy... Wait, what? Just back and forth with myself. So these bastards, crazy horses, they do way too much damage. I hate them. They're not my friend. After I said that statement, they only did 1 and 2 damage to me. But like, they'll kick a white mage in half. That's what they called me in college. Crazy horse? Sounds racist. Crazy horses. Oh, as long as it's plural, then I guess it's less racist. That's its own name. As they call me now, the Warg Wolf. And I'm like, please guys, stop calling me Warg Wolf. And they're like, shut the fuck up, Warg Wolf. And you think it sounds really cool, but the way they say it, you just know it ain't. No, Mom, you don't call me Andrew anymore. My name's Warg Wolf now. Yeah, everyone calls me that. Because I was just Wolf, and then I had a palette swap. Duh. Here's something really fucking weird. So, you see this woman behind the counter here? I remember when, like, I was playing this on the PS1 back in 2003, just thinking, wow, she's kind of cute. And just, like, not thinking anything else of it till I played the game again, like, 5 years later. Couldn't talk for a second. I was looking for a charger. That's alright. I was just here making an ass of myself anyway. And knowing you just did that so that you could pause it and move it back and put it in 2 times so that you could fucking listen to it at a right speed again. So it's fine. It's all fine. I know I hoid. Hold on, I'm catching up. I fucking knew it. Oh, wasted a spell charge. Oh, dude, that was just one sprite crush. All that I was gonna say was that, like, I remember not thinking anything of it till I returned to the game in, like, let's see. Me and Brittany had the apartment, so it was like 2010 or something, and being like, oh my fucking god, how did I think that these 16 by 16 pixels were cute? What the fuck was wrong with me? What kind of emptiness that I have inside of me that I'm like, my brain is trying to find companionship in tiny. And here's the thing, I know that I was projecting too. I was like, she's so cute, she probably blah blah blah, and saying she probably about the most 2D generic absolute black hole. Absolutely, right? Where I'm projecting onto two mirrored frames. Like, wait, look here at the NPC here. She only has two frames. She can't even turn left or right. But yeah, just like the one with the short hair and the bow, just being like, wow, she's really cute, and like feeling that feeling like maybe I should talk to her. And she's like, hi, it'll just be 100 gil a night, and I'm like, oh, okay, I guess. It's so fucking stupid. I always accepted, yeah, see, look, in this one here, she's the exact same sprite. And when you talk to her, she dances. Oh, wait. Here he is, yeah. Wait, what? Hi there, I'm a dancer. What's that? You want to dance with me? Narek the dwarf has been looking. I wonder what he's going to use them for. So in previous games, she said, I'm a dancer, what's that, you want to dance with me? And then she'd start doing one of these dances where she's just like spinning and then jumping all around. But what I was going to say was it's the exact same sprite, but for whatever reason, the dancer, in my brain, I was like, no, she's too flirty, she's just dancing around. But the innkeeper, who was the exact same sprite, I was like, yeah, she's more my type. Work focused. Just one line, and you can't answer it wrong, no matter how you answer it. Oh, that's what I need, Vic. I need me a nice NPC woman. I need me a nice two-dimensional, doesn't know and doesn't care about what's going on outside of the world, because she only has 3 lines that repeat and 1 dialogue option that as long as you don't choose the wrong one, you're always fine. I'll choose the wrong one. Day 2, if not day 1. See, day 1 I read the walkthrough, so I still remember. Day 2 I already forgot. Someone to heal your wounds and ease your weariness. Oh my fucking lord, Victor. That's it. I'm looking for a nice NPC. Just maybe from a small town. You know, a town that has a one-dimensional problem that's like there's a lich that's just eroding our earth. We need someone to help, and then I can go help, and she can fall for me and just repeat the same line of dialogue for the rest of our lives. Would the real world equivalent be like a stroke victim or someone with brain damage? Too complex. Fine, then nothing of interest ever happened in the town. It's a pathway town to get to somewhere else. She's from Pallet Town. They ain't even got a gym. I want to carry a jug across a short bridge. Oh, like be an NPC and do that? Let's see, if I was an NPC, I'd probably just be I wouldn't even have a full line of dialogue. I'd just be the dude that's like gruff, grunt, And it's like, well, he's standing and his sprite is rotating next to this workbench, so he must be working. But actually, I'm masturbating the whole time. So that's the problem I want to solve for her. I am error. I am error. Do you remember what the actual explanation for that was? Because, oh man, I know that there was like, there's a reason why it says I am error. Like, a translation reason or something. But I don't remember what it was. Shit. Bubbles is watching a horrible show called Sexy Beast. Can I masturbate to it? Nothing we're saying matters anymore. That must mean you can masturbate to it. Hey everyone, I'm pausing the stream because I have a new show to watch. No, I'm just playing. Why is it horrible? What's up with it? You can, but you won't be happy about it. You don't know that. I can be happy masturbating to just about anything. Three wargwolves. Fuck. Fuck yeah. Oh, so hot. That Fyra. Ooh, Thundara. Oh. Da, 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 every time I come. Oh, dude, like, basically full-on fucking cat people and shit. I think alright, you know JonTron. JonTron did an episode recently, actually, where he was, like, talking about the worst dating shows ever to exist, and, like, he said it was originally supposed to be a 2-episode episode, and he had to make it 3 because he made a full episode just about that fucking show. So I know way more about that show than I should, but also 100% would do anyone in any of those suits. Do you still want to masturbate to it? I have. I will. I always have. I still am, and I always will. Bunch of babes on here. It's awful. I don't know. The concept is interesting to me because the only problem is that, like, if they didn't root the furries out at the very, very start, then some of these people are just even more turned on by these horrible outfits. The other thing... Oh, I'm going the wrong way. The other thing that I'll say about it is concept makes sense on paper. It does, except for that, like, they're so fucking creepy that it almost makes it hard to watch. It's that weird, almost uncanny valley area where it's like my fight or flight responses are telling me to... Yeah, but when it's in front of my eyes, yep, where it's just like, An instinct inside of me is telling me to kill these things. Or to fill them with my seed and create the new master race. I'll give in to both if necessary. Or be filled with their seed. No. Anything that I see that looks remotely like it won't bear my children, and it looks like that, that's instant murder in my eyes. No, fuck me, lizard man. I refuse. Especially because I ain't dealing with no cloacas and lizard peens. Lizard anatomy. Alright, here's what happened, alright? Once upon a time, a very randy 17-year-old teenager read something in the Elder Scrolls called The Lusty Argonian Maid and was like, well, I don't know, let me Google this. Maybe I'm into this. And then discovering how reptile genitals in general worked, I was like, I can't even furry for fun this. This isn't, no, I don't. What do you mean their booty holes and vaginas are the same things? It's not sanitary. I don't like any of this. But man, what a shapely tail she had. Vic, here lies Link. He died in Elfheim before the events of Final Fantasy, which puts this, I believe, on the bad timeline. Go on now, dear family member, and maybe better go and look. I get that that's a Dark Brotherhood reference. I don't get how that applied to anything that we were talking about other than being another Elder Scrolls reference. Argonian. See, I didn't even remember who said it, so yeah, it didn't click for me. It feels suggestive now. Oh, Chiva. Oh my god. How do you... How? I don't... Like, I've played so much of those games, and I've definitely Dark Brotherhooded every time, and like, I recognize the name Ochiva. No clue. I know why. You were busy dreaming about her cloaca. You wanted to get deep inside of her butt pussy. That's what you wanted. You were fucking memorizing those lines like you were masturbating me like, yes, in your dark embrace. So you came like that turtle on the video. Oh, nice. Okay. So I'm going back to a dungeon that I just beat, but now I have the mystic key, so I can unlock a bunch of stuff that I couldn't before. I was actually worried about going back in here. I have faith now. I hope I die of a weird lizard fungus. Yeah, do you think that's the kind of STDs they have? Like, they're not viral or bacterial. They're fungal. Oh, yep. You got a bad case of the swamp fungus, and it's just like a big moss that eats off your dick or something. Yep. He got ball moss. God damn, this here's the grodiest case of ball moss I ever did see. And I done seen me a lot of ball moss. If they aren't laying on rocks hot enough, that's what will happen. Oh, fuck, yeah, that's a real thing. Oh, shit. Now I'm like, did his suggestion implant that memory, or is that a real thing? Because I could have sworn that was a real thing. Like, not specifically rocks, but if their body temperature lowers to a point where it shouldn't be, I think you do have to worry about fungal infections. Luckily, my balls are warm. Not by my account. Those were some chilly balls slapping in the back of my scrote. Yeah. Oh, fuck. We generally run warm enough that we don't have to worry about it, but they don't. Huh. I'll remember that the next time that my lusty Argonian maid comes over that I should turn the heat on if I want to avoid the fungus this is. So fire is a level 3. Why doesn't... You know, recently I kept thinking about The Last of Us and the idea of the myconids and that, and the fact, you know, just fungal infections, how you can't really fight them off well, how your body's not great about it. Because I had a fungal lung infection once when I was young, and like, it was a real bitch to get rid of, and all I can think of is, it's another situation like with the antiviruses and that, or the antibiotics and that. Sorry. It's another situation like with viruses where an antibiotic isn't going to help. That's just a known fact. But they sure as fuck were giving me a lot of antibiotics while this was going on, so I'm just like, what the fuck? So Vic, random idea that, like, I kicked it around in my head a lot before, but now the Tamagotchi company has come up with something similar. So, at first it crushed this idea to where I was like, well, now I can't make that. But now I'm thinking, if anything, that existence proves that this idea is a good idea. So, what if you had a Tamagotchi and it runs and operates like a normal Tamagotchi for the most part, but you can upload the sprites to your Tamagotchi to be whatever you want it to be. Like, you would put in a character sheet for its idle. It has its idle animations, it has its hungry animations, its eating animations, and like whatever stupid little dance animation or whatever. In all, you input 20 frames of monochrome 20 by 20 pixels, and then like everything else is just normal Gigapet gameplay. Tamagotchi Gigapet gameplay's been pretty standardized, so I felt like, you know, you don't gotta focus too much on what it can do in that aspect. The real aspect of it will be customization. It can be whatever you want it to be. Now, Tamagotchi came out with, they have like, it's a Tamagotchi and it has a little slot in the side that you put a proprietary chip in, and like, you could buy one full of One Piece characters and you'll grow different possible One Piece things. But I thought that the idea of it would be really cool to just like, every one of those that you input, you have a chance to grow that one, but it wouldn't necessarily be that one. So like, you could input little Goku sprites if you want, and you gotta hope that you raise it right so that it gets to there. You know, randomize it. I thought that would be neat. I think Victor left to go masturbate to lusty Argonian maids. And I wish I was there too. Not with him, with the lusty Argonian maids. And their dirty vagina buttholes and their shapely, comely tails. I should have realized the moment that he was gone when I said, like The Last of Us, and just didn't hear furious fapping over the internet. Oh, okay. Good night, Vic. Sorry, I didn't see that you returned to the chat.
Juneteenth was finally a federally recognized holiday, even though the black community has been celebrating it for many, many years. Why is it celebrated? Well, on June 19th, 1865, the news had finally reached the enslaved people of Galveston, Texas. What news? That they were free, doll. I don't understand. They should have always been free. Couldn't agree more, doll. Unfortunately, that wasn't always the case. In my opinion, uneducated trash needed to feel superior to people. But let me get back on topic. The Emancipation Proclamation was signed by Abe January 1st, 1863. Realize it took over 2 years for it to get to them? 2 years? Pony Express was slow. Wasn't that slow? They were withholding information. Oh yeah, don't think it was by accident either, doll. Why is it so important to celebrate? Remember and understand hardships that the black community went through, continue to go through today. Now listen to Mama Jill. No one, and I mean no one, is better than anyone because of skin color. Maybe you never got this message from your mom. Everybody is valuable. We need each other. Everybody was put here to do something special. It's a job to encourage everyone to
Welcome, whoever just popped up. Nice to see you. Welcome back, Abrovio. I got the Mystic Key. I'm not just putzing around in the Marsh Dungeons still. I'm returning here to get the treasures and such. These are the last treasures that I have to collect. Oh, I don't have it. You look so cute. God damn it. Fuck. Kinda hoping I do just die now. I used like $1,500 worth of Phoenix Downs. Oh, and Duzel didn't even get the experience. All that for an antidote. Just so that I can feel happy about the fact that all the chests down here have been opened. Dun, 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 dun. Ugh. The spellcasting equipment make this game a cakewalk. I'm unsure of what you're talking about, being perfectly honest. Gauntlets, healing staff, fire staff, Thor's hammer. Oh, that's the equipment that you can like just use like an item and it'll cast a spell, right? Am I thinking of a different game, or is that what you're talking about? Yeah, okay. I was like, I think those are in here, but I definitely remember something else. Okay. To take the tatters of my party to heal. This actually works out okay because in this same... I'm running from these guys. Fuck these guys. No. No, I didn't mean to engage. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, sure, why not? What was I gonna say? But yeah, after you don't gotta worry about those spell charges. It makes, like, everything so much easier. Whoop. One thing that I noticed that I just remembered that I disliked about this one is that your white magic spell levels... Come on, just let me go. You guys are all trying to run away anyway, and you're going to do 1 damage. He did 8, so I ran away. On your spell charges, your level 1 and your level 3 white mage spells, it's like your level 1 has Cure and Dia, your level 3 has Cura and Diara, and I'm like, that's unfair, because if I need to be in a battle, or if I'm in an area where I need to heal a lot, I'm going to use up all of my light magic, and if I'm in an area, you know, vice versa. So, a little bit frustrating. Probably by design, but yeah. Okay, first off, in...